Today that we're really going to have an exciting and fantastic day. I would like, of course, to welcome the President of the ACDE. I'd like to welcome the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Would like to welcome the other council members of the ACDE, senior management of the University of South Africa, senior management and management of other institutions, delegates, of course. Welcome very, very much to today's event. I think we're going to have an exciting and really riveting event today. So I'd like you all, just as a start, to just greet the people at your table, say good morning, shake their hand, get a bit of energy into yourself, and just really let's start the day with a bit of a smile on our faces. Thank you very much. Just as a quick announcement before we start the day, someone left their brown jacket here yesterday afternoon, so it is in that little booth over there if you'd like to go and collect it at some point. That is fine, and I'd like to, of course, welcome our sign language interpreters back today. And our reporteers, I see one over there taking stringent notes, so we have a really good report back for today. And I think yesterday's discussions and conversations really set up well what we're going to be looking to do today. So as open distance education is central to how we function in the world going forward, and COVID really showed us that. And interestingly enough, it is actually Africa that is driving this. My name is Professor Ashley Gunter, and I'm a geographer, but my area of interest is the geography of distance education. What happens when the knowledge moves, but the student and the academic stay put? And so this has really shaped how we understand what we look at in distance education. And so on that note, I would like to welcome the Vice Chancellor to give a brief comment.
Thank you very much, Professor Gunter, the Acting Deputy Dean for the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Colleagues, I want to extend regret on behalf of the President of ACDE. We have been here before all of you. Actually, we saw you as you were coming. We were still waiting for our partners who are going to be engaging with us, especially industry partners. So please know that we don't take you for granted. We appreciate you, and we don't take for granted that we as Africans must ensure that we are efficient, we are agile, we are respectful to one another. So welcome once again to UNISA. Welcome to the university, that's your partner. Welcome to the ACDE, the continental foremost organization for distance education. And please accept our apology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today we start off our session with a very interesting theme, strengthening research policy and continental collaboration. I think this is key to what the ACDE is trying to do, and key to what we as distance education institutions are trying to do. Africa is really leading distance education. We're leading the drive to reach areas that cannot be reached. But distance education is not going to save all our problems. It's not going to be some great answer to all the problems that we have. We have to lead the research agenda. And too often I feel that African institutions are not leading the research agenda in this field, even though it is our field. We are the ones that should be driving not just the research agenda, but the research debate. You know, very often it feels like in Africa we are standing with gold and diamonds in our pockets with a begging bowl, asking for things. Why are we doing that? We have the resources, we have the ability to drive this debate on what we should be doing in distance education. And so this type of platform, this type of forum. The brain's trust that is in this room right now is a rare commodity. How often do we get this level of leader, of thinker, of researcher sitting in the same room together? So now is the time to drive those debates, to really make sure that we are focusing on what we need to do to make sure that distance education in Africa is leading the way forward. We know that the university is not what it used to be. That colonial era, that old professor, we all had it, standing in front of the room, the guardian of all knowledge for your discipline, telling you exactly what you need to know. Those days are gone. We heard yesterday how sitting at home you can be on your phone, family members doing micro-credentials. So we don't have a guardian of knowledge anymore. So we need to use the technology, use the resources we have to make sure that our youths in Africa are gaining access to the latest knowledge, that we can harness the human resources that we have on this continent. On that note, I'd like to welcome our presenters this morning to please come forward to the stage. We have Prof. Wankindiki, Dr. Chivase, and then we'll have an online presentation of Dr. Oyediji. Can I please ask the two presenters to come forward to the stage for the moment, please? We will have a short presentation by the two presenters, and then we will have three presenters, my apologies, and then we will have a Q&A session. So we start off this morning by a presentation by Prof. Wankindiki, who will be talking on building a continental ODL research agenda. Prof is the Vice Chancellor of KCA University and serves as the East African Regional Representative of the Council. In these roles, he provides strategic leadership in higher education governance with a particular emphasis on distance and open learning, institutional innovation, and regional collaboration. He is widely recognized for advancing access, quality, and relevance in higher education and for strengthening partnerships that support capacity building and digital engagement across East Africa. Next, after that, we have Dr. Chivase, who is the Acting Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support at the University of South Africa. In this role, he provides strategic leadership over the university's academic project with responsibility for teaching and learning quality, student access, and community curriculum innovation. Dr. Chivase has extensive experience in higher education governance and transformation and is recognized for his work in advancing inclusive, student-centered, and digitally enabled learning within large-scale open distance education systems. After that, we will have Dr. Oyediji, serves in a leadership role within the Council, where he contributes to advancing open distance and digital education across the continent. His work focuses on strengthening institutional capacity, promoting quality assurance in distance education, and fostering collaboration amongst African universities. Alongside his continental role, he's a senior higher education leader with extensive experience in academic governance, teaching and learning innovation, and the strategic development of digitally enabled universities. So I think we can give them all a round of applause for the excellent CVs that we're going to be hearing from today. If I can just ask the speakers, you can do your presentation. Please return to your seats. We can have then the next speaker, and then after that, we'll have a joint round of questions. Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies and colleagues. Good morning. I was supposed to be here at 9 to 9:20. And I was wondering whether we skip and start what we are supposed to be doing now. But we are guided, we will start from 9. The speaker had a lot of problems pronouncing my name. So I might go away and you have not known at least my name. You may not know the content, but I wish you know the name, Wankindiki. Now, about 100 years ago, Africans, we had a lot of problems. We didn't know how to read and write, majority of us. So our teachers, and to baptize us, to give us first names, and these first names were not African. I'm called Isaiah. Isaiah is a borrowed name, but Africanized, because it is a name in the Bible. My father and mother picked it from the Bible. They were told, select a name in the Bible to call this child. And I was called Isaiah. So I have those two names that you can use to identify me, and thank you so much. And once again, good morning. I have about 15 minutes to talk about research, and I gave out my presentation. It is already there. And it starts this morning when I got to the shuttle to come here. And somebody complained that they had a very short night. I said, we started now a discussion. And I became the discussant because I knew I was coming to talk about the research agenda. So we started constituting a proposal there, how we can make more hours of night to sleep. Because we have been accustomed to sleeping, or that a day has 24 hours, and we believe that. And I said, you know why there are 24 hours? It's because every 1 hour is 60 minutes. What if we make it 50 minutes? It's 1 hour. So you can have even 10 hours of sleeping, because you'll be counting 1 hour every 50 minutes. Why 60? And we have taken that an hour must be 60 minutes. Why? It can be 50 minutes. And then we'll have a day of 26 or 28 hours. And that is a research output. Let me talk about building continental research agenda for Africa by Africans. And I've made quite some reference from a meeting that was held towards the end of COVID. There was a meeting by the High-Level Policy Development Forum in 2022. And this is a forum of the Association for Development of Education in Africa. It's such a high-level policy by education ministers at that level. And from that document, they assembled many researches that have been conducted about research in Africa. And in general, we can agree that in the last decade, enrollment for distance learners has shot up to in excess of 400%. Great milestones. But when we look at the peer-reviewed research that is documented from Africa, it is a mere 3.2% of the global output. Even if we argue that other researches that are European or American are done by Africans, but it's Africans living in those lands, and they use those settings. This as a risk, because whatever decisions are being made, policy or otherwise, they are made without any evidence from African continent. We are just consumers. May it be a cell phone, may it be a piece of clothing, everything or most of the things are being developed from ideas and evidence that is generated elsewhere. All is not lost, because we have an opportunity, and this echoes what our keynote speaker in the evening was emphasizing in a very clear, loud voice. Thank you, my sister, Your Excellency. She was very interesting. I followed her, and she was, among other things, reminding us that we have to shift from the practice of reflection to research leadership in Africa if we are to make a difference. Let me mention a few things, the gaps that are in the current order research ecosystem in Africa. It has to do with the methodology or the methodological aspects of research. More than half of the research outputs are descriptive case studies. Minimal experiments are being done in Africa, especially when we talk about experiments like in the field of STEM. How much of STEM is being pursued using ODEL in our institutions of higher learning is less than 50%. Thematic, what is being researched? Under AI, which is the latest child in the block, we have little there. Again, we covered this topic extensively in the evening, that we either let our knowledge be dominated or colonized by AI that is generated elsewhere, or we do our own. Our indigenous knowledge systems are understudied, and sustainability by Africans for Africans is equally scant. Collaboration is a big gap in Africa. We find that almost 3/4 of the research that is documented from Africa by Africans is within institutions. Little do we cross to other institutions, let alone the borders. How much work is happening between South Africa and Tanzania? How much work is happening between Ghana and Kenya, etc., etc. The fourth aspect is evidence. There is limited, what I describe as longitudinal studies. And so we have weak connection to policy. Studies that are isolated and that don't link to major policy documents within our continent. I want to address a few research themes or pillars that we should be looking forward in terms of the shift. The AI advantage that has presented itself. The few African institutions that are using AI as adaptive learning, they report nearly a 28% improvement in the completion rates of the learners. However, there is lack of rigorous evaluation frameworks in the continent. The other AI advantage is that we can have enhanced learning, scaling personalized learning across diverse African contexts, indigenous knowledge, integration of our indigenous knowledge within the distance learning curricula. And lastly, comparative studies within the continent, moving beyond the description to effective research. Number 2 is the issue of access, equity, and inclusion. And here, the emphasis on addressing intersectional barriers. And the main barriers include gender dimension, disability inclusion, urban-rural disparities, which is very obvious in Africa than any other continent, and also the socioeconomic status. This hall could have accommodated many participants from the rest of Africa, but I'm telling you, many of us, they couldn't afford a ticket to fly to here. So socioeconomic issues in Africa is what the open and distant education is coming to address, and it remains a tool for social mobility across all economic strata by getting those rural populations or those marginalized slum dwellers in urban areas, etc., into the mainstream economy. Let me address the issue of technology infrastructure. If you look at that diagram, you find that access versus the optimized, you find that whereas mobile access in Africa is reasonably high, the mobile optimized is low. I mean, there's low bandwidth solutions within Africa, and therefore we need to develop pedagogical models for remote connectivity, where such areas in most African countries are found. Mobile first effectiveness, where researching learning outcomes beyond simple content delivery. And lastly, what I describe as the OER impact, that is evaluating the role of open education resources in reducing student costs. Quality assurance is another aspect that we have discussed in this forum since yesterday until today. And here, open and distance learning will bridge the perception gap through evidence-based quality frameworks. Assessment of validity, researching robust integrity models for high-stakes online, micro-credentials, if it has been mentioned here even by the speaker before me, and also emphasize on the regional frameworks, harmonizing quality assurance standards across Africa. And this is one aspect, or this is one reason why the Council for the what do you call the abbreviation for our council? It's the African Council for Distance Education. This is one reason why it was formed those 20 years ago. Quality assurance standards across the continent. Lastly, is the issue of sustainability and business models, where you find the average African order program breaks even at about 847 students. This is from studies. And so you find only about 62% of programs, they don't reach this threshold within 3 years. Public-private partnerships, innovations for infrastructure and sustainability beyond donor dependence through the philanthropic funding. We say our council is to be funded by Africans themselves, and yesterday we got a commitment from one of our colleagues from Botswana that they are going to improve the remittances, and that was acknowledged by our principal and vice chancellor with a big smile. African research priorities looking forward should be context-appropriate designs, where we mean to decolonize our frameworks and adapt research methods to African realities than importing wholesome Western models. Fixed methods integration, combining quantitative outcomes and measurements with qualitative experiences to capture learning analytics. A third aspect of what I consider should be the African research priorities is to engage in rigorous yet pragmatic research that is utilizing the RCTs and quasi-experimental designs for policy relevant questions and the longitudinal cohort tracking. And lastly, ethical considerations, very important, where we prioritize data privacy in digital environments for the benefit, for the equitable benefit and the distribution from the research. Implementation of these proposals, in other words, building capacity within our institutions with the dedicated order research units that are producing in excess of 4.7 or more publications per researcher per year. I have suggestions there that are institutional, they could be regional, and they could be continental. Taking examples of at the continental level, we'll need ACDE research consortium coordination to be enhanced. We need a Pan-African audio research journal. The issue of publications. We need a publication sponsored by ACDE for African research outputs, and an annual continental research symposium. These are some of the examples put here that we can adopt as a continent at that level. There are others that are regional, for the SADC region, for the East African region, and others that are institutional. Funding strategies, we can talk for the 2 days, but unless we address the issue of funding, we will be failing. Bridging the funding gap and maximizing the policy impact within our continent. Funding strategies, we're assessing ACDE grants, the African Development Bank interventions, MasterCard Foundation, and others. Dissemination pathways, we've just mentioned the issue of journals and conferences, and also the issue of policy. I want to end my very beautiful presentation on Research for Africa by sharing a conclusion. And our conclusion is to have a shared responsibility and commitment as ACDE, that by the year 2035, African-generated research will drive the global open and distant learning policy and practice as knowledge creators and thought leaders. I'm just rephrasing and re-emphasizing what we have been learning for the last 1 day and a half, because we had one of the longest sessions in the evening. And the emphasis was on we must give birth to our own knowledge than to import ready-made. We look forward where we are contributing to global scholarly outputs in excess of 20%, not 3%. We look forward where evidence-based policies are 100% African. And we look forward where Africa is a research leader globally, not just an ignored partner. And therefore, like we say in many other anthems and prayers, it is our common prayer that let's make Africa the one's laboratory for inclusive, contextual, and transformative distance education research. Colleagues, I want to thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to let me address you.
Good morning, Dumelang, Huemore. Good morning, colleagues. We can do better. I know that last night was last night. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Let me stand on all the protocols that have been established since the beginning of this seminar, and also appreciate the opportunity just to share some of the perspectives around evidence-based policy advocacy in African CODEL or environment. Maybe I need to make a disclaimer. Quite a number of disclaimer. I'm talking after the... Okay. I'm still learning technology. The first disclaimer is that almost we are celebrating the 21st birthday And I think the climax of the party happened last night, So if I don't say anything right, you can blame it on the last night. Secondly, I think if I was a researcher, I was going to indicate that I'm a bit conflicted, because after the conceptualization of ACDE, 2002, I made quite a number of trips to some African universities. Egerton University, Open University of Sudan, Federal University of Technology in Yola, Nigeria Open University, Zimbabwe Open University, Women's University in Africa. So you can see a list of the universities that I visited and really doing one of the mission of ACDE. And coupled with that, UNISA, during our Chancellor's President Thabo Mbeki, we became a very strong partner in terms of NEPAD, the New Partnership for African Development. And as UNISA, we could not separate what we were doing from NEPAD and also ACD activities. And of course, the last disclaimer is that I'm also talking after great speakers, from yesterday, more especially our keynote speaker during the evening gala dinner, Prof. Sarah Ogbo. We really appreciate you have set the scene for some of us. Let me just indicate that I think ACDE, where it is now, we need to say we need to be more unified, more especially if we want to strengthen collaboration and policy influence. I know there are various scholars of policy. I'm one of them who have really studied the policy development and implementation, Then there are also various approaches. However, I think where ACD is now, it is that time that we need to say, can we collaborate so that we can have much more influence? In one of the articles that Trinidad wrote around 2000, he indicated that most of the face-to-face university around the next 30 years, which we was predicting that around 2030, some of this university will die natural death. And one of his recommendations is said, if we don't embark on an open and distance learning mode. And I think we can also see the competition that we are in now. Even face-to-face institutions want to embark on distance education. I'm also arguing that I think we have got a very good platform, and we need to acknowledge the forebears of the ACDE. More especially our university management, the vice chancellors, and their management committee. Because where we are, I think we have reached a point where we say we can innovate, we can collaborate, and take distance education further. And instead of distance education becoming a second choice, it needs to become a first choice in our operations, in our strategic planning. We don't need students to come to us as a last resort. It must be the first choice in developing our communities. One of these things that we can do very well, if we start to look at point and check the evidence-based policy. Evidence-based policy can assist us, can really assist us. My colleague has indicated that we can pitch collaboration at different levels. We may start regional, and then we may go to the other sectors until we become intercontinental, which may assist us. I'm not sure many of us from various institutions, how many of us have shared to say we are in Odell context. Have we shared these policies amongst ourselves? Are we ready, Prof. Peters, to say, hey, this is Nigerian Open University policy on Odell? This is UNISA policy on Odell. Are we sharing that? Are we ready to share that? We are also saying, I think we need to move to that to say, we have got these policies. And I think most of us, one way or another, one of the unifying factor among the open distance learning institution is that after COVID, we almost say, hey, no, maybe it's time for us to collaborate. It was sort of a forced marriage. However, I think it has resulted in some of the best innovation and the best creative ways of saying how do we deliver these. Thus, in terms of the policy development, evidence-based policy, we need to be really, really sure where we are now. We talk of digital divide. Prof. Ogbo, thanks you so much for the future-driven presentation that you made yesterday. We should not only be talking about this digital transformation, we should really say, what are we doing about this? And we must see that in action. We need also to talk about the quality regimes in our institution. In 2023, when I attended the AAU meeting in Ghana, one of the challenges that came through amongst the various institutions was to say, when we collaborate on quality, more especially as UNISA, we received a lot of applications for masters and PhD. And yet, we need to evaluate them. One of the critical components that came was that, when we evaluate, we are not evaluating from the same scale. We are not even saying what SAQA, South African Qualification Authority, is saying in terms of admitting of these students. So we may need to talk about the quality regimes amongst the various institutions. We also saying, much of us talk about digitalization. I'm not sure what influenced much of our talk, but are we aware that we have moved into digital economy, big time. Each time you think of going to the shop to buy something, some of us, the first thing that we think is, hey, can I get it online? And do all my transaction online. Thus, when as universities, as institutions of higher learning, when we think of digitalization, we must also think of the digital economy that we are in. Now, we are also sort of advocating that we have seen COVID has come, we've survived COVID, but moving on, what is it that we need to do? We should not be talking only of digital transformation, but if we can, as organization, as learning organization, start to talk about systemic thinking. Peter Singer wrote in his book, The Fifth Discipline, to say we need to take ourselves as learning organization, and that needs to be systemic in all that we do. Some of us, when we were hit by COVID, we shifted the gear to the emergency remote teaching, which of course, even our society, even our students, some moved to this, say, hey, we are in an emergency learning now. And that forced many institutions to say, hey, immediately change your curriculum, become a curriculum digital compliance, which was good. However, I think as we say to the new leadership in ACDE, we know that one of our focus is Agenda 2063 and the Africa that we want. If we don't act, and if we don't act fast and have agility, we will get the Africa that we don't want. We are all saying Africa we want, which is good. However, maybe one of the questions, if I ask anybody in the room to say, what is the Africa that we don't want? Will you have views on this? If we say, what is the Africa that we don't want? Thus, as a higher education institution, we need to move with agility around these matters. More especially for some of us, because we have seen we are no longer talking of the competition between face-to-face and Odell. I think we can all agree that we are now one of the leading delivery in terms of the higher education. And therefore, we also need also to say, this is where we are going. Now, again, I think as somebody that really deals with policies, we should also be sure to say, why do we want to drive ACD through evidence-based policy making? It must involve our mind shift and our mindset. There are quite a number of issues. I hope all of us as practitioners in distance education, Odell, we know about the Africa Loves Evidence initiative. If you have not heard about that, please do go and read that. And I think funny enough is that there are about 4 or 5 movements, that talks about evidence in Africa. And the question that one now and then asks is that it also seems, if there are 4 or 5 organizations that talks about evidence from Africa, why can't we sort of have one evidence portal, we know, I think it came yesterday, that many of us as institution, instead of collaborating, we compete, I'm not sure whether it happens in also other countries, but I can assure you that in our country, as institutions of higher education, we also compete. Unfortunately, at times that competition is not so healthy, and which, for me, I'm also saying, if we've got a Center of Africa Center of Evidence, the evidence that we get there, why must one organization be competing to say, no, I'm the one that provides the right evidence or the correct evidence? Instead of saying, let's have this evidence, all of us, and to be able to share. And of course, one of the disheartening things is that even the evidence that is there, even the data that is there, in many instances, it's not produced by us, by ourselves as Africans. It's produced by other agencies, which maybe that's something that we need to think about it as ACDE, to say the kind of data, the kind of evidence that we are producing here, it should be our evidence so that we can even say when we act on that evidence, then we are definitely sure to say this is our own making. It does not have any other influence. I just there indicate to say how can we really do the evidence-based, which needs to, we need to research that. However, whatever comes out of that research should also influence our practice. Prof. Markwe, I love your slogan that we research what we teach and we teach what we research. Because for us, that should also be, and that is also should be a commendation to ACDE. To say, as we seek further partnership and collaboration, as we get to AU, as we get to any other collaborating stakeholders, we will tell them this is what we have researched and this is what we need to do. We've talked about AI, which unfortunately at times I also feel that the question is whose AI? We all talk about AI, but whose AI? Who is pumping in that content to this AI platform? We are at times excited when we say, hey, we need students to tell students to say, hey, don't use AI, but do we go further to say, hey, we are saying don't use AI because that is not our AI. It's somebody's AI and we don't want it. We are also saying, I think as we lobby to strengthen ACDE, we should also be saying, this is what we think as Odell, be advising, more especially an emphasis on evidence-based policies. I'm not, for me, as just one of the recommendation, Dr. Mulapo, is that when we look at what will happen in the next 4 or 5 years, up to 2030, we know we are talking about these technologies, emerging technologies, AI, machine learning, and I was excited when micro-credentials were mentioned in this platform, because that's also a route that I think the world is going. Normally, micro-credentials, I think, it's a very strong personal opinion. I think it will be a learning approach for the future. And if I ask some of us to say, who of you has bought a phone recently? Anyone that has bought a phone recently? No, it's fine. But normally, what do you do when you buy a new gadget? You don't open it and get the manuals and so on and read and say, how does it work? What you do, you open it and immediately, where is the button to switch it on? And you switch it on. And when it doesn't, you try to open and operate. And you will only go back to the manual if you get stuck. Yeah. And why can't we also think of the learning in that way? And how many of us rely on our grandchildren, even children, to say, hey, can you assist me with this phone? I don't know what is it that we must put. And have you seen what do they do? When they take it, within seconds they will be telling you, hey, this is what you do and so forth. And we are also saying, for us, as higher education institution, one time I was invited to when the SADC was trying to develop what we call SADC National Qualification Framework. And my question was to say, but anyway, how many of us in this day and age are willing to spend 4 or 5 years to get a degree? How many of us? Even our young students that are coming into the system, they want to learn as soon as possible and get out of the system and move on with their lives. The open educational resources, I think that is also one of the platform we commend the ACDE really also to explore that arena, because it will really assist us, instead of sitting, putting resources when we can just have one entity developing it for us and we say, hey, no, there is this, please can we share it with the other institution, we can even license the way that we want, Creative Commons and so forth, which we think and we hope that if we embark on that journey for the next 3 or 4 years, I think in 2030 we'll be much more united and we'll be saying we are sharing resources that benefit us. I also say, some of us have got very, very good analytics and also very good reports around what do we mean by student success. Prof. Mahano, we will not have good student success if we don't have good student support. I mean, that's the bottom line. And then, what is it that we are doing? We struggle with throughput, rate, student retention, and even at times when we sit and say, no, this year we need 50% plus one, but what is it that we say, this is what we are going to do? As institutions, as partners in ACDE, do we even share to say, hey, we are doing this in order to improve this? And I also said last year when the DHET in South Africa, Department of Higher Education and Training, opened the arena for universities, to say even private service providers, now very soon will be called universities. I said the competition will become stiff and very, very tough. However, will only be measured by one thing: student success. If students are in our institution and they are not succeeding, then we will not become a university of choice or a university that we want. Let me conclude that we wish ACDE long life, long live. We have toasted to its next 30, 100 years. Indeed, we will be appreciative if ACD can really provide strategic vision and continental leadership. And we don't have doubt that we can do that. No, not at all. Maybe I'm being biased here, but I've seen the activities of ACD from 2002, 2004. I've traveled. I think, one of the benefits that really ACD gave me and also UNISA was to travel to all these other institutions, talking on one voice to say distance education can be delivered and can deliver quality. We also need to say, as we move on, I hope that we don't have that element of competition, Instead, we should build on more collaborative elements. And collaborative elements will involve quite a large, a number of issues. One can think of the academic exchange, even student exchange, because that is the only way in which we can enrich ourselves, enrich our society, and deliver. Some of us are very strong proponent, Prof. Paswana, that public education should be for the public benefit. You know, there are other benefits, personal benefit and so on, can be added on. However, in front, public education should be for the public good. We've got a lot of data, all over. And it's easily accessible these days. The critical question will be, what is it, how are we using this data? Is it influencing the decision that we make? Is it influencing the decision that we make? Strategic decision. Let me advocate for policy development, regional, cross-border, inter-Africa, if you've got something called inter-Africa, so that wherever we find ourselves, we can say we are what we are because of the ACDE.
University, Kenya, in a historic conference attended by vice chancellors and senior ODL practitioners from 7 African countries. An interim constitution was adopted, interim leadership elected, and Egerton University appointed to host the interim secretariat. In August 2005, ACDE held its inaugural conference and General Assembly at UNISA Pretoria, drawing over 250 delegates, including ministers of education and senior policymakers. the adoption of the ACDE Constitution, election of the first executive board, and the resolution to establish a permanent secretariat marked ACDE's transition from idea to institution. This momentum culminated in July 2006 with the official launch of the ACDE Secretariat in Nairobi, Kenya. On the same day, ACDE leadership held a high-level meeting with the Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, who offered land for a permanent secretariat, an enduring symbol of national and continental endorsement. Between 2007 and 2010, ACDE consolidated its governance structures, expanded membership, and strengthened collaboration among African universities. A major milestone came in November 2010 when ACDE was formally recognized by the African Union Commission, AUC, as the lead implementing agency for ODL in Africa during COMDEF 4 in Mombasa and granting observer status. This recognition was formalized through a memorandum of understanding signed with the AUC in July 2011. In 2013, ACDE was further entrusted with a leadership role in the Continental Teacher Development Roadmap, reinforcing its influence in teacher education, science, mathematics, and technology through ODL. ACDE expanded its programmatic footprint through flagship initiatives hosted by member institutions including Quality Assurance and Acceleration, ICT in ODL, Knowledge Generation, Scholarships, and the African Journal of Distance Education. These programs strengthened institutional capacity, promoted quality standards, and positioned ACDE as a hub for ODL research and policy dialogue in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the relevance of ACDE's mission. As institutions across Africa rapidly transitioned to remote learning, ACDE provided thought leadership, convening platforms, and advocacy for resilient and inclusive digital education systems, demonstrating the foresight of its founding vision. In recent years, ACDE has renewed its strategic focus on partnerships, innovation, and continental reach, while intensifying efforts to expand membership beyond Anglophone Africa to Francophone, Lusophone, and Arab regions. Conferences, policy engagements, and collaborative projects continue to affirm ACDE's central role in shaping Africa's ODL ecosystem. In October 2024, ACDE board members in Kenya hosted the Vice Principal of Shanghai Open University, So, and her delegation at the ACDE Secretariat, where the two institutions renewed their memorandum of understanding, reaffirming a shared commitment to expanding access to quality education through open and distance learning. In 2021, ACDE actively participated in the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, 2016 to 2025 cluster coordination. The 10-year strategy adopted by the heads of state and government of the African Union in June 2016 in Addis Ababa aims to transform education across the continent. As ACDE marks over 2 decades of impact, its journey reflects a story of visionary leadership, institutional resilience, and continental collaboration. While not all milestones were always documented visually, the legacy lives on through policies influenced, institutions strengthened, educators empowered, and millions of learners reached. The African Council for Distance Education, ACDE, was born out of a bold continental vision to expand equitable access to quality higher education in Africa through open and distance learning, ODL. This vision was first articulated in October 2002 during the Scobeside Conference held at the University of South Africa, UNISA, where African vice-chancellors resolved to establish a unifying body to champion ODL across the continent. ACDE was formally launched in January 2004 at Egerton University, Kenya, in a historic conference attended by vice-chancellors and senior ODL practitioners from 7 African countries. An interim constitution was adopted, interim leadership elected, and Egerton University appointed to host the interim secretariat. In August 2005, ACDE held its inaugural conference and General Assembly at UNISA Pretoria, drawing over 250 delegates, including ministers of education and senior policymakers. The adoption of the ACDE Constitution, election of the first executive board, and the resolution to establish a permanent secretariat marked ACDE's transition from idea to institution. This momentum culminated in July 2006 with the official launch of the ACDE Secretariat in Nairobi, Kenya. On the same day, ACDE leadership held a high-level meeting with the Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, who offered land for a permanent secretariat, an enduring symbol of national and continental endorsement. Between 2007 and 2010, ACDE consolidated its governance structures, expanded membership, and strengthened collaboration among African universities. A major milestone came in November 2010 when ACDE was formally recognized by the African Union Commission, AUC, as the lead implementing agency for ODL in Africa during COMDEF 4 in Mombasa and granting observer status. This recognition was formalized through a memorandum of understanding signed with the AUC in July 2011. In 2013, ACDE was further entrusted with a leadership role in the Continental Teacher Development Roadmap, reinforcing its influence in teacher education, science, mathematics, and technology through ODL. ACDE expanded its programmatic footprint through flagship initiatives hosted by member institutions including Quality Assurance and Acceleration, ICT in ODL, Knowledge Generation, Scholarships, and the African Journal of Distance Education. These programs strengthened institutional capacity, promoted quality standards, and positioned ACDE as a hub for ODL research and policy dialogue in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the relevance of ACDE's mission. As institutions across Africa rapidly transitioned to remote learning, ACDE provided thought leadership, convening platforms, and advocacy for resilient and inclusive digital education systems, demonstrating the foresight of its founding vision. In recent years, ACDE has renewed its strategic focus on partnerships, innovation, and continental reach, while intensifying efforts to expand membership beyond Anglophone Africa to Francophone, Lusophone, and Arab regions. Conferences, policy engagements, and collaborative projects continue to affirm ACDE's central role in shaping Africa's ODL ecosystem. In October 2024, ACDE board members in Kenya hosted the Vice Principal of Shanghai Open University, Sou, and her delegation at the ACDE Secretariat. where the two institutions renewed their Memorandum of Understanding, reaffirming a shared commitment to expanding access to quality education through open and distance learning. In 2021, ACDE actively participated in the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, 2016 to 2025 cluster coordination. The 10-year strategy adopted by the heads of state and government of the African Union in June 2016 in Addis Ababa aims to transform education across the continent. As ACDE marks over 2 decades of impact, its journey reflects a story of visionary leadership, institutional resilience, and continental collaboration. While not all milestones were always documented visually, the legacy lives on through policies influenced, institutions strengthened, educators empowered, and millions of learners reached. The African Council for Distance Education, ACDE, was born out of a bold continental vision to expand equitable access to quality higher education in Africa through open and distance learning, ODL. This vision was first articulated in October 2002 during the Scopicide Conference held at the University of South Africa, UNISA, where African vice-chancellors resolved to establish a unifying body to champion ODL across the continent. ACDE was formally launched in January 2004 at Egerton University, Kenya, in a historic conference attended by vice-chancellors and senior ODL practitioners from 7 African countries. An interim constitution was adopted, interim leadership elected, and Egerton University appointed to host the interim secretariat. In August 2005, ACDE held its inaugural conference and General Assembly at UNISA, Pretoria, drawing over 250 delegates, including ministers of education and senior policymakers. The adoption of the ACDE Constitution, election of the first executive board, and the resolution to establish a permanent secretariat marked ACDE's transition from idea to institution. This momentum culminated in July 2006 with the official launch of the ACDE Secretariat in Nairobi, Kenya. On the same day, ACDE leadership held a high-level meeting with the Honorable President Mwai Kibaki, who offered land for a permanent secretariat, an enduring symbol of national and continental endorsement. Between 2007 and 2010, ACDE consolidated its governance structures, expanded membership, and strengthened collaboration among African universities. A major milestone came in November 2010 when ACDE was formally recognized by the African Union Commission, AUC, as the lead implementing agency for ODL in Africa during COMDAF 4 in Mombasa and granting observer status. This recognition was formalized through a Memorandum of Understanding signed with the AUC in July 2011. In 2013, ACDE was further entrusted with a leadership role in the Continental Teacher Development Roadmap, reinforcing its influence in teacher education, science, mathematics, and technology through ODL. ACDE expanded its programmatic footprint through flagship initiatives hosted by member institutions including Quality Assurance and Acceleration, ICT in ODL, Knowledge Generation, Scholarships, and the African Journal of Distance Education. These programs strengthened institutional capacity, promoted quality standards, and positioned ACDE as a hub for ODL research and policy dialogue in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the relevance of ACDE's mission. As institutions across Africa rapidly transitioned to remote learning, ACDE provided thought leadership, convening platforms, and advocacy for resilience.
You're still feeling good? Strong, you're still strong. Keep going. Not tired. Keep going. Just carry on. How long is it? Like I see you sort of tap one another in the back. How long? 20 minutes. Okay, that's long to have to concentrate so hard. Take your seats, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is Building Sustainable ODEL Ecosystems. Now, as was mentioned earlier, I am the Deputy Dean of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Science. So I know quite a lot about ecosystems. And it's important to remember when we think of ecosystems, sometimes we think of this beautiful, idyllic setting where the grass is green and the water's flowing. But ecosystems also have decay, scavenging, and death. And that's an important part of an ecosystem, and to recognize the value in those things. So as we challenge and push forward the boundaries of education, we do need to recognize that within this ecosystem, some things need to die, some things need to decay, and some things need to be scavenged. And so that forms part of a healthy ecosystem, and that forms part of how the system works. If we remove those things from the system is not viable, it doesn't function. So within that, we need to look across the board at our ecosystem. What are the things that we need to see die? What are the things that we need to see decay? And what are the things that we need to scavenge to keep this ecosystem healthy? And within that, in fact, someone asked last night, where are the captains of industry to talk to this ODL environment? Well, this session has those captains of industry. They are here. So I'd like to call up the facilitator, Ma'am Nakene, who is the Vice Principal Information and Communications Technology at the University of South Africa. She provides strategic leadership over the university's digital ICT ecosystems, including enterprise systems, learning technologies, cybersecurity, and digital infrastructures that underpin UNISA's large-scale open-distance learning mandate. Her leadership in digital transformation and institutional innovation has recently been recognized through a National Professional Award, acknowledging her contribution to advancing ICT excellence, inclusive digital access, technology enhancing higher education in South Africa. Please let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director. It is a pleasure to be facilitating this session this morning. Open distance and e-learning ecosystems refer to the integrated and interdependent support structures comprising technology, resources, and people that enable flexible and remote learning, particularly within the distance education institutions such as UNISA and all the other institutions gathered here today that are ACDE members. This digital ecosystem empowers students to engage in learning at their own pace and within their own contexts, overcoming geographical and temporal constraints through online platforms, virtual engagement, and comprehensive academic and administrative support services. Collectively, these elements create a connected yet flexible learning environment that supports student success. Participants in this session are requested to present their views and their outlook on sustainable ecosystems. So in this panel session, we're going to have a video presentation. Following that, we're going to have a presentation from Infotech, a research subscription service that we subscribe to in the ICT portfolio. And Mark Hoting will be presenting that. He will be online, but he will be able to take questions when we come to the questions portion of the session. Followed by him will be Dr. Bello Musa from Huawei, and I'd like to invite him onto the stage to join me, please. And followed by him will be Mr. Imran Aziz from Oracle. I'd like to invite him to also join me on the stage, please. And after their presentations, we will have an open session for questions for us to really reflect and engage on the session. So may I request that the video please run, and then when the video is done, we will then get Mark's presentation. Is Mark online? Can you hear me, Mark?
Good afternoon, I can hear you. I'm here.
Okay, great. So I'll bring you in, Mark, after the presentation this side. Presentation, please.
Thank you. Chairperson, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It's an honor to join you for the African Council for Distance Education's 20th anniversary seminar, hosted by the University of South Africa in Tshwane. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to ACDE, and in particular to Professor Puleng Lenkabula, ACDE Treasurer and Principal and Vice-Chancellor of UNISA, for the invitation. I also wish to recognize Professor Solomon Shibaro, ACDE President and Vice-Chancellor of Masindi Muliro University of Science and Technology in Kenya. I'd like to acknowledge his leadership and compliment the energy with which ACDE is advancing the continental open distance and e-learning agenda. I speak to you as the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Commonwealth of Learning, COL. COL is the world's only intergovernmental organization dedicated to helping create more open and equitable access to education, delivered to Commonwealth learners through supporting their governments and their institutions. The Commonwealth is a positive and highly engaged community of 56 nations, from the biggest, India, with a population of 1.4 billion, to the smallest, Tuvalu, a population of 10,000. COL works directly for and is funded by the ministers of education in all those nations for that open mission. We all succeed because of trust and sharing our wealth in common. We're delighted to be a long-standing partner with ACDE in mainstreaming open distance and e-learning in higher education in Africa. The 20th anniversary is a moment to celebrate ACDE itself. ACDE has grown into a unifying continental platform for higher education institutions, committed to expanding access to quality education and training through ODL, including e-learning, while championing collaboration, capacity development, research, and quality assurance. 20 years of work is not just evidence of longevity, it's proof of resilience and collective leadership, and a sign that Africa continues to insist that access to quality education is a right, not a privilege. Your theme today, in Transforming African Distance Education, offers a critical lens on emerging technologies, institutional digitalization, and quality assurance as essential for 2026. I'll say a little to you today on the building of sustainable open distance and e-learning ecosystems. Internationally, distance education has moved from the margins to the mainstream, but the defining shift of the coming years will not simply be more. It's a shift towards ecosystem thinking, which brings all of the elements together, including credentials, assessment, student support, data, platforms, and partnerships, and examines their mutual importance and how to improve them all in sync for the benefit of learner inclusion. In my brief remarks, I flagged to you 5 important trends in critical factors that are already shaping the next decade, with direct implications for African higher education and essential ecosystem change. First, artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming part of the academic workflow. Students are using AI to draft, translate, brainstorm. Educators are using it to develop learning materials. Administrators are using it to summarize, search, automate. Institutions are now building governance at speed. In September 2025, UNESCO reported that around 2/3 of higher education institutions surveyed had developed or were developing guidance on AI use. This is not a marginal change. It reshapes how we teach, assess, support, and prepare our graduates for an AI-infused workplace. Second, hybrid learning is becoming the default operating model. Students increasingly expect flexible pathways and digital services, even where the physical is easily available. The 2025 EDUCAURS Horizon report describes a sector in rapid transformation, shaped by emerging technologies and practices. We too see that change. This is essential where the physical is not practical, but is also now essential even where it is. The physical does not define good, and indeed it never has. It was just a limited choice for us. But today, quality in hybrid is measurably better. That remark leads quickly to the third critical focus, quality itself. Now, quality assurance is a critical topic for COL and all of our governments. It's essential to educational ecosystems, and it is evolving quickly. Regulators and institutions are responding to expansion, cross-border provision, new forms of credentialing, and the new risks we face, including, of course, AI. And in some jurisdictions, rules remain tight about what can and cannot be delivered entirely online for practice-based fields, mostly based on traditional views and old ideas of the skills required. But at the same time, authentic assessment is moving from good practice to necessity. Partly because generative AI makes some traditional assessments impractical or even meaningless. But this trend mustn't be about just catching learners out in the assessment. It must be about designing assessments that measure real learning and real capabilities in a real context, ideally where the knowledge will be applied in their life and work. And that leads to the fourth essential, the skills agenda. In a focus on skills and outcomes, our long story about lifelong learning is finally becoming more ubiquitous. Today's governments are intentfully listening to employer demands for faster modular upskilling. Educational thinkers are framing 26 as a year of accelerating transformation towards those lifelong skilled learning pathways. This will favor institutions that can design stackable, work-relevant, quality learning where the skill outcome is the measured value. And finally, chronically underlying all of these trends is equity. Now, equity of access has chronically remained a challenge, and the digital divide in all the preceding could worsen it. The GSMA's 2025 State of Mobile Internet Connectivity Report notes that sub-Saharan Africa continues to have the lowest connectivity levels and the most extensive coverage and usage gaps. It also highlights that in low and middle income countries, women are less likely to use the internet than men, even mobile. This isn't a side issue for us in open and distance education. It's a feature we need to leverage and move beyond. Sustainable ecosystems must support low bandwidth, frugal e-learning ecosystems with full access, mobile first, and include offline and low data options, while actively addressing the gender and rural-urban gaps. So keeping my remarks short, in reflecting on these 5 trend factors, I will offer you 5 considerations as a practical agenda for your theme discussions. First, speaking to equity, design for inclusion. If we design only for high bandwidth, we design people out. The evidence reminds us to prioritize the mobile-first, low-data, offline-capable approaches and to tackle gender gaps in digital access and use. Second, speaking of hybrid, Build capacity. Invest in people and institutional capability so that as the platforms change, capabilities endure. Prioritize staff development in ecosystem capabilities, digital pedagogy, learning design, student support, and the responsible use of data and artificial intelligence. Third, strengthen your quality assurance as a continental public good. Expanding the use of ACDE's toolkits, you should be building peer review and capacity development, aligning that QA with digitalization, accessibility, cyber, and authentic assessment. Fourth, coordinate to a skills agenda, ideally with small quality things. Micro-credentials that fit to credit transfer. Perhaps consider COL's Commonwealth Credit Transfer Framework Initiative as a catalyst for African coordination, with qualification authorities and regional bodies so learners can stack learning, move across borders, build recognized qualifications over time and their life cycle. Use graduate employability frameworks to ensure that learners develop the skills to thrive in work and contribute to their communities, and to ensure that open education is not only about access, but also about skilled outcomes. Fifth, grow the open ecosystem together as intentful friends, including gender-responsive open resources and open source platforms, while negotiating with commercial partners to protect affordability, interoperability, and data sovereignty. Trust and be trusted. Colleagues, sustainable ecosystems don't happen by accident. They're built through policy, practice, and partnership. ACDE's first 20 years have shown what continental collaboration can achieve. On behalf of the Commonwealth of Learning, I reaffirm our commitment to work with ACDE and African institutions to make open distance and e-learning a vehicle for social justice, for opportunity, and for real development. Now, taken together, these trends point to one conclusion. Sustainable open ecosystems are those that are built on trust. Trust in quality, trust in credentials, trust in assessment, trust in data practices, and trust that learners will be supported to succeed. Real strength in all things relies upon trust. In a fracturing multilateral world, where some governments are driving each other apart in search of a zero-sum advantage, all our Commonwealth countries, from the biggest to the smallest, are coming yet closer together to share for that demonstrated plus some benefit. That advantage builds upon that trust. Trust that we win by sharing together and working together. My congratulations to ACDE on 20 years of impact. May this session be a turning point from transformation as a response to disruption to transformation as a deliberate strategy for sustainable, quality, open learning ecosystems across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Peter Scott, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Commonwealth of Learning in Canada, for that very short but thought-provoking thoughts that he has shared with us. I think my key takeaway is sustainable open ecosystems are built on trust. So the next presentation that we're going to receive is from Mark Hoerting, who is an executive partner or an executive support to CIOs like myself at Infotech, and he's going to share some insights with us, and he'll be followed by Dr. Bello Musa from Huawei, Huawei is one of our original equipment manufacturers, one of our OEMs. We've upgraded our whole network in all our university sites with Huawei infrastructure, and he'll be followed by Imran Aziz from Oracle. Oracle is one of our OEMs as well. Our ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning System, is an Oracle system. So Mark, over to you, and when you're done, I'll come back.
Thank you very much. Give me just a moment to get my screen shared and we'll get started. Great. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. All of your institutions are a valued partner for Infotech Research Group, and I look forward to supporting you. Today, we're going to explore a critical shift in higher education, if you will. As universities expand their open, distance, and e-learning environments and offerings, many find that success is really constrained not by individual particular technologies, but by the absence of what we would say is a coherent system. This presentation moves us away from thinking about online delivery just as a tactical response or a set of tools, and instead we'll begin to think about Odell as a strategic institutional asset. And the core message I want to really land with you right at the start is this, is that Odell's success is not necessarily a platform problem. It's an ecosystem challenge. It requires aligning academic strategy, digital platforms, governance, and support models into a unified capability. And so that's what we'll really be discussing here today. Just by way of background for those that may not be familiar with Infotech, Infotech is a research and advisory firm, and the education team in particular is a team of former higher education CEOs with over really what equates to about 350 to 400 years experience combined from an academic leadership perspective. We serve and support over 40,000 members around the globe across all industries. So we really bring that fully integrated best practice perspective to the table to support our members. That's about as salesy as I will get in this presentation, but it's just for context so you understand who we are. First of all, let's ground this conversation in why we are here. Why is Odell suddenly top of mind for every provost, president, and CIO? We know that it's really not just about doing online classes, so to speak. It's more about 5 strategic imperatives, if you will, that are reshaping higher education overall. First of those is enrollment pressure. We all know that there's a demographic cliff, irrelevant of where you are in the world. Demographics are shifting globally. Traditional 18-year-old enrollments are generally either flat, declining, or massively increasing. But what has remained constant is this: the only real growth sector is non-traditional adult professional online learners who require online flexibility. The second of these that we have to think about is access and equity. This is a mission critical feature. If we are serious about access, we must meet students where they are. And Odell is actually the engine for equity, allowing working parents and rural students and those with connectivity challenges to fully participate in the education economy. And then third, we think about workforce alignment. That is, the economy moves faster than a 4-year degree does these days, right? And we need to be able to deliver lifelong learning and micro-credentials. And what is the vehicle to get that done? Odell creates the actual agility to do this. And then fourth, we think about financial stability. And that's, we do already know that bricks and mortar are expensive. And to sustain our institutions financially, we need scalable models that don't require building new lecture halls and new facilities and new infrastructure. And then finally, and most urgently for this group, the decisions that you make today are what I'll call sticky. Choosing an LMS, a video platform or a proctoring tool isn't a one-year decision. It's a 10-year infrastructure commitment. And bad choices now create a significant amount of technical debt that will hamper your institution for a decade. So Odell isn't just about a teaching method. It's more of a strategic survival capability. So when we begin to think about this sort of ecosystem and what's working and what's not, we've, at least at Infotech, we've identified what we'll call some warning signs. And, why do so many institutions struggle in this space? And the most common failure mode we see is the tool-driven trap, if you will. This happens when an institution confuses buying software with building a capability. And you can recognize this trap really through what we'll call 5 clear symptoms. First is what we see and what we refer to internally as LMS-centric thinking, the belief that we have, implemented or acquired and implemented Canvas or Blackboard or D2L, therefore we're, quote, doing Odell. The LMS is actually just a container. It's not really a strategy, so to speak. And the second of those is fragmented ownership. This is a classic silo problem that is a century-old problem in higher education. And what this equates to is, IT runs the servers, the provost runs the faculty, and maybe continuing education runs the online revenue programs. But from the student's perspective, it feels disjointed because no single leader owns the end-to-end experience. And so that takes us then to the third warning flag, which is the result of the fragmented ownership, and that's inconsistent quality. In a tool-driven model, quality depends entirely on the individual heroics of faculty members. One course is amazing, and the next course is just a repository of PDF documents. This inconsistency, if you will, kind of kills retention and kills the overall student experience. But speaking of faculty and the heroes on the stage, it bodes us well to think about faculty fatigue. This is critical because we often ask faculty to be content experts, the instructional designers, video editors, and tech support agents all at once. And what we see is this is really an unsustainable model, and it leads to faculty burnout. And then lastly, we begin to think about the measurement black hole. And finally, we are at a point we have data everywhere and insight nowhere. We can tell how many students logged in at 2 a.m., but we can't tell you which ones are at risk of dropping out because the data systems don't talk to each other. And so recognizing these traps is what we call the first step actually toward fixing them. So what do we actually mean then when we think about the Odell ecosystem, which we believe is the strategic approach to, quote, fixing our greatest challenges? And I think, first of all, it's critical to understand that an Odell ecosystem is not just our LMS, our video conferencing tool, our student portal. It's a system of, interdependent capabilities. Think of it like a city's transportation infrastructure. You don't just need roads. You need roads, traffic signals, maintenance crews, fuel stations, public transit, regulations, and enforcement all working together. Removing any one component or removing one component from this kind of model, and what happens? The system degrades. And so an Odell ecosystem has kind of those 5 core dimensions as well. Technology, of course, is at the root of this. Platforms matter, but only when they're really interoperable and aligned to outcomes. But the second is people. Faculty need training and support. Learners need advising and success coaching. And then third, we work with a lot of institutions around process. You need repeatable workflows for course design, quality review, and continuous improvement. And then fourth is capital P policy, governance structures that clarify, who decides what and how quality is going to be measured. And then lastly is data, integrated analytics that inform decisions. and measure what actually matters for the institution and for student experience. So when we talk about an Odell ecosystem, we're talking about all 5 working together at scale. And this is fundamentally different from we just have some online programs. So if we begin to break those out, I'll share with you some core components, if you will, of what a mature system might look like. And so this slide shows 6 kind of interdependent elements, if you will. And I want to emphasize interdependent because these don't work in isolation, right? Learning platforms and digital delivery, your LMS video platforms, proctoring, and accessibility tools, this is the foundational infrastructure, but it's just really the beginning, because then we move into content, pedagogy, and instructional design. You need a model, if you will, for creating high quality digital learning experiences. And that requires not just faculty, but instructional designers, media production capacity, and quality standards. And then third, we begin to think about faculty enablement and support. Faculty are at the end of the day, your delivery mechanism. Without training and incentives and ongoing support, then even the best of the other factors, the platforms, if you will, fail. So this includes teaching centers, course design support, and crystal clear workload policies for faculty so they're continuously advancing. And then next we begin to think about learner services and that success infrastructure, if you will. Online students need advising, tutoring, tech support, library access, and mental health services, all digitally accessible. If they can't get the help when they need it, what we find is they wind up dropping out. And then next to last, we begin to think about data, analytics, and integration. You must be able to see, what's working and what's not. That requires integrating data from your LMS, your student information system, CRM, and advising systems to surface insights about engagement and retention to discover what's working and what's not. And then governance, policy, and quality assurance. So someone has to be able to own this. It's not, it can't be federated throughout the institution uncoordinated. So super clear decision rights, quality review processes have to be standardized, and accountability structures are absolutely essential. And when all 6 of these components work together, you have what we'll call a sustainable ecosystem. You miss one, and the system breaks. And so at Infotech, this is really where we partner with institutions like UNISA. These are examples of where we've worked specifically with the institution to begin doing a deep dive, bringing in tools, templates, capabilities, and subject matter expertise from a research-backed perspective to build and mature each of these capabilities. Moving from there, we begin to think about the key takeaway is that what we've learned is that not a single function here on the slide can work independently, but we must mature all of these capabilities together. And, if we focus on platforms while ignoring governance, for instance, we create what we'll call a fragile ecosystem or fragility in our model. So thinking about what causes these ecosystems to break down, we begin to think about why institutions struggle. And we've identified some common breakdown points with the institutions that we're working with, and I'd like to share those with you. First of all is what we'll call misaligned governance. When no one clearly owns Odell, it becomes a challenge for the institution. Is it the provost, the CIO, the dean of continuing education? So without clear decision rights, we get turf battles and paralysis within the institution. The second breakdown point that we help institutions really work through is what we'll call platform sprawl. Every department or every college within the institution buys its own tools. You end up with 5 video platforms, 3 survey tools, and maybe 7 or 8 analytics dashboards, and none of which talk to each other. And this creates what we'll see as maintenance nightmares and vendor lock-in. And the next is underinvestment in faculty and learner support. Institutions wind up investing in technology, but not in the people who support it. Faculty get a 2-hour Canvas workshop and are expected to become experts. Students get a chatbot instead of a live advisor. And support is where most of the ecosystems actually collapse. And then next, we also think about weak analytics. The data exists, every institution's got it, but no one can access it in a usable form. You can't answer basic questions like which online courses have the highest completion rates because your LMS doesn't talk to the student information system. And then lastly is, this idea that, Odell is operating outside of the core institutional strategy. This is the most insidious breakdown. Odell becomes a side project run by a continuing education or lifetime learning organization, disconnected from the institution's core academic mission. Faculty often see it as a lesser work, and subsequently, quality suffers for the institution and for the students. These breakdowns are predictable, but the good news is that, with at least the institutions we're working with, it's also fixable. So let's talk about what good actually looks like. What is the North Star that we're aiming toward here? And a sustainable ecosystem, from our perspective, has a few characteristics that are common across all institutions that are successful. First is clear institutional Odell strategy. Odell's explicitly named in the institutional strategic plan. It's not an afterthought. It's not an add-on. And it's a core capability tied to enrollment, to access, and to revenue goals. Next is we look at defined ownership and the operating model. And that is, there's a senior leader, maybe a vice president for digital learning, or an associate provost who owns the end-to-end experience. Decision rights in this model are super clear. Cross-functional governance and models and structures exist. And then next, we look at the scalable and interoperable technology stack. You've rationalized all your platforms, you know what each tool does and why you have it, and you don't have systems that duplicate each other. And these systems are integrated, data flows between them, and you're not locked into proprietary ecosystems that limit your available options. And then next, we think about consistent learner and faculty experiences. We spend a lot of time in this space. A student taking an online course in business should have the same quality experience as a student in nursing. Faculty have access to the same design, support, and training, regardless of the department, college, or program that is their home discipline. And then lastly, measurable outcomes tied to mission and the financials of the institution. We should be able to answer questions like, what is your online course completion rate? Which programs drive the most revenue? And are online students persisting at the same rate as on-campus students? And this data should inform our decision making and design around our Odell programs. And so when you achieve these 5 characteristics, if you will, Odell becomes a true institutional capability and not a fragile set of sort of individual initiatives that are an afterthought of the institution. So we began to think then about the maturity model and how we look at Odell maturity across the members that we support. And this is where we come in. We exist to help institutions move from kind of this fragmented tool-driven model to a mature and sustainable ecosystem. And so if we ask ourselves how we do that, we do it through some core capabilities that I'd like to share with you. Whoever your partner is in this space, whether it's us or any of the other outstanding providers in this space, we need to be looking at research-backed frameworks, where we're not selling you vendor solutions, we're not tied to any particular provider. Instead, providing evidence-based frameworks developed specifically for higher education, where research is grounded in what actually works in universities like yours. And then, second is your partner should have some sort of ecosystem assessment capability. through assessments and maturity diagnostics. We prefer to help you see where you are today so we get a good baseline. And I would challenge each institution represented today to engage in that type of activity. Use a diagnostic tool and assess your current state across all 6 ecosystem components that we identified earlier, and identify the gaps and where there are opportunities to improve. The third is looking at the overall governance and operating model design. Okay, so from an assessment perspective with your leadership, CIOs, provosts, and deans, design governance structures that clarify decision rights and accountability. And then next, we want to begin thinking about platform rationalization and roadmap development. So when I talked about all those duplicated providers and solutions across the ecosystem, that's where we begin to rationalize this down into the minimal viable set that's required. And generally, your partner should help you make sense of your technology landscape and which platforms you should keep, which ones you should retire, and what your future state architecture should look like. And then lastly is beginning to think about, decision support that's grounded more in a higher education context. General, if you will, consulting firms that don't specialize in this space run into some challenges around this because they don't understand context that's unique to each institution. And so understanding shared governance and faculty culture and the unique constraints that each institution faces. And so your trusted advisor should really come in and begin to understand that, first of all, and then translate your Odell ambition into some sort of sustainable capability, if you will. And so from a practice perspective, how do we actually do this and make it tangible? 5 general engagement models that at least we found that seem to work is alignment workshops with leadership, the ones that we talked about just a minute ago. Creating that sense of alignment and understanding the future state ecosystem, envisioning what good is actually going to look like for your institution. And that should be your unique differentiator in this space. What should your system look like in 3 years, 5 years? What platforms, processes, and governance structures do you need that's unique to your institution? And then third, we need to begin thinking about practical roadmaps that are tied to your actual capacity and funding. Okay, you don't want to design ivory tower strategies that never go anywhere. Build a realistic roadmap that actually accounts for your budget, your staff capacity, and your political realities. And then fourth, you want to look at ongoing guidance as your Odell model evolves. Your model doesn't sit still. New technologies are going to emerge, AI tutors, micro-credentials, and hybrid models. You need to be able to provide ongoing guidance, if you will, to help you adapt as the landscape changes. And so where we kind of live in this space is our members sort of view us as an extension of their team and really becoming a trusted partner and understanding the context, higher education market landscape in general, and then specific capabilities that are unique to your institution. So, from there, let's talk about a mature Odell ecosystem and how does it deliver value for your institution? And we measure value in kind of really 5 clear ways, if you will, from a benefits perspective. We know we're successful, the institution, when we see these things: improved quality and consistency at scale. Okay, when you have systems, standards, and support in place, quality doesn't depend on individual faculty heroics. You can scale Odell without sacrificing the overall student experience. Second is better use of existing investments. Most institutions are actually overinvested and underutilizing their tools. So there's less adoption and less utilization of more tools. And what we look for is actually increased utilization and greater adoption of fewer tools. And so by rationalizing your platform stack and improving faculty adoption, you actually get more value from what you already own. And then third is reduced risk in your Odell expansion. So when you begin looking at that roadmap, and when you have governance and quality assurance processes in place, expanding online programs and offerings becomes less risky. You're not betting the institution's reputation, if you will, on unproven programs and pursuits. And then fourth is a stronger alignment between academics, IT, and the administration of the institution. This might be probably the biggest win. When everyone understands the ecosystem and their role in it, and overall collaboration improves, turf battles decrease, and decisions actually get made faster, and institutions realize, shorter runways to outcomes and value. And then lastly is, we see greater confidence, if you will, in future learning models. The landscape, as we know, is changing fast. Between AI, competency-based education, micro-credentials, and hybrid models, a mature ecosystem is adaptable. And if you're not locked into obsolete platforms or rigid structures, you have the opportunity then to innovate. And these aren't soft benefits. They translate directly into enrollment growth and student success and financial sustainability. And those are the measures of value back to the institution. So the key takeaways, if you will, sort of look like this from a leadership perspective. And I'd like to leave you with 4 of those, if you don't mind. First of all, I hope I've challenged your thinking to begin thinking around, Odell success as an ecosystem challenge. If you remember nothing else, remember this, is that, Odell is not a technology project. It's an institutional transformation that requires aligning strategy, governance, platforms, people, and data. Second is that, technology alone will actually not deliver scale or quality. You can buy the best LMS on the market, but if faculty aren't trained, students aren't supported, and data isn't integrated, our experience indicates you're most likely to fail. Success requires investment across all 6 of those ecosystem components. And then third is, governance and operating models matter as much as platforms. Who owns the overall strategy and program? Who decides? Who's accountable? These questions are as important as which actual technology you choose. Without governance, we see that even the greatest of these technology initiatives fail. And then we think about institutions need to be trusted, right? Higher education specific advisors is then specifically where we come in. Odell's, it's too complex and it's too strategic to figure out alone. And we advocate, of course, that you need a partner who understands your unique context around shared governance, faculty culture, mission-driven priorities. And this is where we try to come in and partner with our members. But these 4 insights can transform, if you will, how you approach Odell and how your institution can experience success in this space. And so in closing, I'd really like to leave you with 3 kind of reflection questions for you and to perhaps discuss with your own colleagues at your institution. And they shape up kind of like this. First is, where's your Odell ecosystem the strongest? Okay, what are you doing well? And maybe you have instructional, outstanding instructional design support or strong data integration. So celebrate those wins as an institution. But then think about the fragility of your own ecosystem. Okay, where is it most fragile? What keeps you up at night? Is it governance? Is it platform sprawl, faculty resistance? Identifying this fragility is kind of the first step, we believe, to actually addressing it. Sorry about that. And then thirdly is, what decisions are you postponing that carry long-term risk? Are you avoiding, tough conversations inside the institution about platform rationalization, delaying governance reforms, or putting off investments in faculty support? Procrastination in this space creates technical and strategic debt that becomes very, very difficult for institutions to shed in the short term. We're here to help you answer these questions, of course, and build a roadmap, whether you're trying to build the full ecosystem assessment, if you will, or attain kind of executive alignment and support, or just as a sounding board as you navigate these particular challenges. of course, we want to be your partner in that space as well. So, in closing, let me get over to my slide again. Welcome to connect with us. My contact information is here on the closing slide. I believe there's a PDF of this deck floating around somewhere. So feel free to reach out. Look forward to supporting you. Look forward to continuing the conversation with you as we move forward. So thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Mark, for this very thought-provoking presentation. I like what you're saying, that let's think about our strengths, where are we most fragile, and what decisions are we postponing that may bring long-term risk. So please stay online. We will be taking questions in a bit. Next
Absolutely.
that we'll be presenting is Dr. Bello Musa. Can we have the clicker, Professor Gunter? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished Vice Chancellor, esteemed educators, innovators, and colleagues from the industry, a very good day to you. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to be part of these important discussions shaping the future of education in our continent. My name is Bello Musa. I'm the Strategy and Transformation Officer for Huawei Southern Africa. I'm not sure if how many of you have heard about Huawei before today? Oh, just a few of you. And how many of you have used Huawei's equipment or devices before today? Come on. I'd expect more, because the Wi-Fi you are connected here in this room is provided by Huawei AP access. You can just raise your head and then you see the AP there. So you have all used Huawei equipment, and thank you very much for that. Well, today my presentation is very short. I will look into the digital transformation trends globally, how it affects education. And then I will outline the proposal that Huawei put in front in order to advance the quality and equal education in our continent. When we look back, digital transformation has always been the key driver for the global development of education. When we look back at the Industrial Revolution 1.0, we talk about computerization in education. This is where we introduce computers, Wi-Fi connectivities, and some digital tools to improve the quality of teaching and learning. Then we move into what we call digitalizations. It's where we see the extensive use of online courses, the learning management system, the NOCs, smart classroom, and also smart schools. Today, at the dawn of the 5th Industrial Revolution, the key word is intelligence, talking about intelligence. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud AI, data analytics are driving the education sectors. In fact, they have become so important that today we see in many countries, many nations are adopting digital transformation strategy into their national strategy. When you look at South Africa in 2024, we just released the artificial intelligence strategy. In that document, there is a full chapter which is dedicated into the AI talent capacity and capacity and development, which is very important. Countries like China, Singapore, European Union have integrated the usage and development of digital transformation technology into their national strategy for education. And all of this is to provide a lifelong education learning from the kindergarten, the K-12, up to the adult and university level. Well, today we've seen that AI innovation is driving tremendously the education reform. We're moving from what we call knowledge-based education, which is centered around the amount of knowledge that a student can have, to a more capability development, education system. This capability development is rather centered around problem solving and practical application. Today, AI is transforming education not only from the teaching aspect. We have moved from experience-based to data-driven. It's not longer the amount of experience that a teacher or a professor has. It's the amount of data that we can collect, we analyze, and we improve the quality of teaching. The learning has moved from uniformity, where students have to learn one thing uniformly. It has moved from uniformity to personalized, when we use big data analytics to study and track each and every learner's ability to learn, and then we tailor the material and the lesson according to his pace. Evaluation has also changed. We have moved from scoring to what we call the process. It's no longer to sit for an exam and to get a score. It's a whole process. How you behave, what is your understanding of the course, how is your interaction with the course that we are learning. Even the resources are no longer passive. Today in our education system, students rely on books from library. They just have to be fixed, they just have to study in one book, one material. But today, through artificial intelligence, we'll be able to push informations proactively to students according to their need and demand. So we see how artificial intelligence, not only through large language model or computer vision or scientific, is changing the way we conceive education, the way we teach, and also the way we learn. Moving forward, Huawei is proposing one solution that we call 1+3. This is a comprehensive, integrated, and AI-driven solutions. The one is the digital training. We cannot emphasize enough on this part. In this morning section, the professor has mentioned that we are in the era of digital economy. Hence, the digital training is very, very important. It's paramount, one of our preoccupation. Huawei not only provide the infrastructure, the hardware and the software, the physical infrastructure, but we also provide the syllabus, the courses, even the virtual and physical laboratory that allow learners from each level, could be an intermediate learner, professionals, or even executive, to embrace and to learn the digital technology, which is very, very important. And the 3 stand for, one is the smart and remote classroom, smart or remote education system. Here we use digital technology, innovative devices like your Wi-Fi connectivity, Idea Hub, I will talk about it later, IoT devices to improve the way we teach, the way we learn. The second 2 is the smart campus. Smart campus uses IoT devices, connectivity, to provide not only a connected campus, intelligent but also data-driven for day-to-day management, administration, learning, and teaching for the educational institution. And the third, which is very, very important and may not be very popular here in our continent, is the scientific research network. We call it NRAN, National Research and Education Network, together with the High Performance Computing Center. This is to boost the computing and the research capability of different universities. So I'm going to look into this solution one by one. When we look about, we talked about the remote and smart education. We all know about the different challenges that we face today, and many of them have been mentioned here. It's the gap, connectivity gap. Not only urban, rural, even within the urban area, there is a gap. Some areas have good schools, good education, good educators, and others do not have. How do we break this gap? So Huawei came with a solution that we call a smart classroom or smart or remote education. As you can see from the diagram, it's a connectivity with, it's a system with connectivities, smart devices, like your Idea Hub. It's just a screen, digital screen, which is connected. And through this connectivity, we were able to provide what we call digital classroom, to provide a remote classroom where teachers can be in one location. You have students in many other locations that can participate in the class. And we can also provide what we call recording classroom, where sessions are recorded and students will have the opportunity and ability to play back this recording on their own time and on their own pace. We also have what we call collaborative classroom, where students can interact with teachers either from remote classroom or from a physical classroom. And this system has a lot of advantages. One is to bridge that digital divide, and second is to improve the quality of teaching and also learning. Huawei Smart Classroom or Remote Classroom solution also comes with AI. We have AI-enabled teaching with the foundational model to facilitate efficient teaching. For example, we have a class assistant. Class assistant is an AI agent, we call them AI agent, that help teachers to manage their students. I remember in Spain, we deployed one of this AI agent. The AI agent is capable to accurately predict if a student can show to a course or not. It's able to predict if how a particular student can behave in a particular test. This is done through data analytic, artificial intelligence. We have intelligent question generating. After a class, after a lecture, the AI will be able to have a point and to generate questions according to the lecture, to the courses, and this depending of student understanding and comprehension of the different courses. We have what we call the virtual human teaching assistant. This is an AI agent who, of course, does not replace a teacher, but it helps complement the teacher. So this teaching assistant will play a role of a teacher and will be able to provide lecture real time to students either physically or in the remote places. We also have an AI-enabled personal learning. This uses artificial intelligence with data analytics to track each and every learner ability to learn and will provide different elements for the learner to help him follow the courses. We have a 24-hour course smart assistant. We also have what we call an accurate evaluation of the course content by the student and also by the teachers. So these are some of the AI tools that we're able to use in order to provide a good and quality education for all in Africa. When it comes to smart campus, we use IoT sensing, data empowerment, intelligent operation to provide not only teaching and learning, but facility management. For instance, the access, asset management, network management, even the security around the campus can be managed through the system. I'll talk about it later, but I can still introduce it. We have a Wi-Fi 7 APs, which is embedded with one functionality, very important functionality called CSI. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean crime scene investigation. It's called channel state information. So what the CSI does is to sense the presence of people inside the room. So when there are no person in the room, the lights, the ACs, and everything goes off. So this helps manage energy and manage also the utilization of the conference rooms. So these are just part of the functionalities from our smart campus. Huawei also have developed a quite number of digital trainings and solutions that we see here. Today, at the era of digital economy, I want to quote one of famous futurists and scientists. I think his name is Alvin Toffler. He said, in this 21st century, the illiterate is not the person who does not read or does not write, but it's the person who does not have digital skills. He says digital skill, not digital knowledge. Digital skill is very, very important. And Huawei has understood this. We have developed a series of digital trainings from different scenarios, syllabus, curriculums. We also provide platforms. We also provide virtual and simulated laboratories, just to help our learners to have hands-on experience with our digital labs and also our physical and simulation lab. AI is a very hot topic today. Everybody is talking about it, and everyone is eager to learn about AI. But there is a big barrier in learning AI. It's the infrastructure. We need to have huge servers, huge data centers. And at times, it was even practically impossible to teach AI remotely. So we've understood that. We've developed a series of AI practical training solutions. As you can see from the graph here, we have our infrastructures, the equipment, the servers, and just right at the corner where the frame is hiding it is a very specific equipment that we call Atlas. We're going to launch it, I think, sometimes in the middle of this year. It's a small portable data center, just like your laptop, that you can carry with high-performance computing, very huge spaces that can help students to practice coding and write their own large language model on AI. And also, when it comes to distant education, I think this could be a new business model or new area that can be explored. You know, everywhere I go, people from all over the society comes to me and say, we want to learn about AI. There could be policemen, doctors, educators, everyone. But the problem is, how do you teach them AI when we don't even have the infrastructure? So I think this could be a very good platform to help them learn and practice AI. This is Huawei AI practical training and enablement solutions. So just to summarize a little bit, the smart education solution that Huawei proposes is a very simple, very integrated and comprehensive architecture. As you can see from here, the foundation is the computing power. This can be achieved through Huawei Cloud, Huawei servers, and then on top of that, we have models. And you can see here, we have educational large model and foundational large model. So what are educational large model? These educational large model are models that are developed specifically for education sectors. Like, for example, we have one of the model, which is a large language model. I think it's already launched here in South Africa, where through a click, you are able to translate a full textbook into a local language. You just choose the local language that you want to translate the notebook to, or teach a lecture, any educational material. So imagine this, the impact that this kind of tool can bring into our education system. And the foundational model, of course, is our natural foundational model for different topics. And on top of that, we develop what we call AI platform with different capabilities based on knowledge base, model, and workflow. And once we have this, we have AI agent, Plaza, that we always emphasize to it to be localized and to be built locally in order to satisfy the local needs. This could be from the teaching, learning, assessment, management, research, and also different other services. Just imagine you have an AI agent which can speak your language, which understand your culture, which understand the way education is being done in your locality. So this is the architecture of a Huawei Smart Solution, smart education solution. So in a nutshell, to have this smart solution, there are some requirements. The first and foremost is the connectivity. We have talked a lot about this since this morning. We need to have a good connectivity, universal connectivity, and ubiquitous connectivity. Second is about the computing power. We need to have our own data centers with our own sufficient computing power, data processing capabilities, and the fourth, which is very, very important, is about policies and governance, and of course, AI talent. There are two things that I would like to emphasize here that we really need to take into account. It's about data sovereignty and also AI sovereignty. We all know AI is good, but AI can also be dangerous. One of the big risks about AI is bias. And AI bias is because we do not have enough data. We don't develop any model with our own local data. So we emphasize on the fact that we need to have what we call AI sovereignty based on our own data, our own experiences, and our own information. I would like to share two important cases with you. This is one of the cases which has been very fascinating. It's about China. How did China develop its education? We all know how China managed to uplift more than 800 million people out of poverty. Now the question is, how does China manage to bridge their education, enhance their education, and uplift more than 50 million students out of illiteracy just within 15 years? So it all started in 2010 with the Master Plan of Education. China laid down the requirements of the use of ICT in education, where every school should be ICT capable and should be ICT ready for the education. And from 2012 to 2018, China education has developed and changed drastically through digital content, remote access for classes, either rural or urban area, digital laboratories, personalized learning. And from 2018 to the future, China is emphasizing on what it calls new infrastructure for education. New infrastructure for education is the integration of artificial intelligence from kindergarten to the university. So China achieved these tremendous results through two actions. The first action is what they call 3 connections and 2 platforms. 3 connection means schools should be connected, all schools, rural or urban area should be connected. In fact, there is an anecdote that there was a village, a far remote village in China, where there was one student who every day she has to take a bus from her village to the city in order to attend classes. And during COVID, there was no transportation. She couldn't attend classes. The government was to build a full base station just to enable that particular student to have access to education. So this was part of the 3 connectivity. Every school needs to have connection, and good connection, at least 100 Mbps to 1 gig Bps per schools. The second connectivity is the classroom. Each and every classroom needs to be connected. And the third connectivity is what they call digital space, where every student needs to be connected with a digital device. This has enabled China to bridge that gap of education. And the 2 platforms are the huge data centers, all educational resources into the data centers, where students can be able to share these informations. And the second platform is the school management system. This is the case of China. Very amazing. The second is about the scientific research and computing. In Africa, I know we have a couple of national research institutions like the KNET, ZAMRED, and many others. But what China have done in this era is to build what they call a high computing platform for national research and educational network. Of course, this is a shared resources what each and every research institution are using, and they can share all their research, either output or process. And you can see the result that this has led in different fields in China: meteorology, genome sequencing, medicine development, and also medicine services. So these are all areas that where Huawei is providing infrastructure. So I cannot conclude this presentation without really mentioning the work that we have been doing together with UNISA. Huawei has gradually become a reliable infrastructure element for UNISA. As you can see here, Huawei end-to-end network equipment has been deployed here, more than 2,600 Wi-Fi IPs with more than 700 switches, intelligence operations. That's how you are able to have Wi-Fi everywhere. I believe you can testify the speed of this Wi-Fi. And all our Wi-Fi APs are high performance. Why? Because we use 3 scheduling protocols compared to the traditional Wi-Fi. I was told not to do any, but this is not marketing, it's, you know. All right. And we also have what we call Wi-Fi Shield that provide, you know, a secure communication environment for your connectivities. And we also have a data center here with what we call all-flash network with all anti-ransomware protection. And for the future, we are planning to deploy an AI-based infrastructure for UNISA. This is what we plan to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very critical moment of our time, where, you know, at the intersection of digital technology and education. We have seen how digital technology is enabling education, but also education is enabling digital technology. And this is the time for Africa to act now, to be with a reliable, trustworthy partner. At Huawei, we have a huge experience with more than 5,000 connectivities at a higher level learnings and also basic education. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Musa. Your presentation has made a proposal around a smart education solution, and it's really centered around the strengths that AI can bring into how we teach, but the issue of data sovereignty and AI sovereignty becomes very important. Over to you, Mr. Aziz.
Can you please use a clicker?
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is Imran, and I'm from Oracle. So I'm being delighted and honored to present here today about how Oracle can help the Odell transformation and the university's operations into more digital and more AI-capable things. So before I start, I always make it a point, like, to start with a quote of one of my favorite leaders of our recent times, Nelson Mandela, who has mentioned, like, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I believe in that 100%, and I'm sure you all will believe in this. So going forward, like, recently, in fact, in the morning when I was here, there was a comment stating that one of the presenters, like, talking about, like, how the educational enrollment dropouts is affecting the university operations and the higher education. So which brought to me to this slide, which talks about, like, there was a recent research done, which talks about, like, if you see, like, in sub-Saharan Africa alone, which is the highest, 42% of dropout rates due to the various, like, reasons which we all know: economic hardship, long-distance travel, schools, cultural influences, and the lack of the infrastructure. But at Oracle, what we do is how we can address all these challenges is by providing or delivering a connected experience for the universities to manage all their end-to-end student life cycle and university operations. It's a unified cloud solutions which will enable higher education institutions to quickly address the disruption of today's, which we talk about like AI and things. So it's a unified solution. And we always talk about AI. You have been hearing a lot about AI since morning and even yesterday. But what we do in Oracle is we bring AI to each layer of the application of our stack, from the technology to the infrastructure to the data to the applications. Not only that, we also enables our partners or your partners who are already into the system, into ecosystem, to integrate with our stack. So to give you a perspective about how AI momentum can bring in to the higher education in specific, like what I've done is like we have taken like, 3 areas, like students, educators, and administrators from the operationals of the university. And the challenges like, for example, for the administrators is excessive admin tasks, which like maybe the repetitive mundane task which you have to perform, maybe from the finance, maybe from the HR, or from the procurement point of view, or even like, the student administrations itself. But for these, say, for the staff, for the educators and researchers, there's a sparsity of teaching and the research and support staff availability. From the student point of view, they're not having a connected learning experience, which is a very unengaged learning because of these siloed systems. And with the use of AI, how we can help, like in terms of like say administrative operations, we can streamline the operations, resource allocations, automation of a lot of your administrative tasks. From the educator's point of view, is like, staffing and recruiting, which is one of the major challenges, is onboarding the staff, professional development or the talent management, and the research support in terms of providing you the support to have to do the right procurement and to manage all your research grants within the university. And for the students, it's more on towards the recruitment, streamlining their admission processes, personalized and adaptive learning paths, enhancing their academic outcomes. The result is very clear, which we have seen, is like, improved in admin efficiency, which would lower costs of the university operations and maximize the teaching and learning efficiency, increases the research productivity, and at the end, we're talking about the student enhanced productivity there. So coming to this, like what we do is we provide a complete education intelligence platform, a unified solution, which is embedded with the predictive AI to analyze, to give you the all necessary data, which is the real-time data, to take the informed decisions. In one of our previous presentations, we have seen like the failure of the Odell system or the higher education system is because of lack of taking the informed decisions. Historically, the decisions were taken in a very historic data, but today we're talking about the taking decisions in the real time, which we need by the real scenarios. And to provide you some analysis, like for the root cause analysis, the capability simulations, and for the students, one of the, in the morning, the sessions talking about how we can enhance the student experience with the use of AI and with Oracle solutions. That's where we are focused on, is enhancing the student experience. Not only that, like providing the early warning systems, like, for example, like, identifying and spot the risks before it happens, not like after the risk has happened, maybe from the finance point of view, maybe from the operations or the procurements, or even like, from the student experience and from the student thing. But when we can identify and spot the risks, not only that, we are here to provide you with like, securely act and measure on the impact by providing the anonymized cohort list of schools and districts, providing the dashboards for each and every the different stakeholders into the institutions to give how the policies of the educations are performing against their national targets, or giving to the ministries the data, the things which is there. So in a nutshell, it's a one platform for all education metrics which we provide and which we give it to there. And here is like we have been talking about the AI, how AI can help in education. Number one, the AI is driving the business value, which is like 92% of most of the companies or the institutions which have implemented AI, they started realizing the return on investments quickly and fast. But that's not just one thing. Then if you see the predictive AI part of it, because today AI is not just talking about the artificial intelligence. We're talking about more, not just generative intelligence. We're talking about predictive AI, wherein 31% of the institutions, they have already started using AI in the production and started gaining the benefits of it. The same goes with the generative AI use cases. So AI not only values extend beyond just the productive gains, but also increases the efficiency of the institutions and effectiveness of your processes from the operational point of view, and enhances the experience not only for the students, but also for the staff and the other constituents like your suppliers, your the other staff, research institutions, and even your grants management for the research aspects. So how we can start? Let's start with one of the most important aspects, is the human resource or human capital management. With Oracle Human Capital Management, which is a complete end-to-end solution which provides you from I would say from the hiring of onboarding till the retiring of your human resources. And by the way, this is something which we are now partnered with UNISA, and that's where UNISA is has already embarked on this journey of having a unified cloud solution for HR, finance, and procurement. So, and in most of the institutions, what we have seen with our research is the value of AI in Oracle HCM Cloud. It's there is a 10% increase in finding the right candidate for your staff, for your faculties, or even for the research purposes. And the time is reduced almost to half to do the entire hiring process or bringing the onboarding processes. 20%, 26% is the less time on the administrative tasks, so that the HR can focus more on adding value rather than focusing on their tasks and things. And there is also research which says 50% of the staff has been boosted by their career growth because of the talent management and providing the right learning material and things like that. So some of the features which I wanted to show in this is talking about the goal creation. It is a completely AI generated system where an employee can go and create their own goals and then perform the culture for this one. And the same thing, if a manager is want to renew or to review the performances of or to mark the performance for the staff. So this is also done with the help of generative AI. And this another one is which is most commonly used is for job posting, for the description. So if you just give the job description or the posting, for example, if you are hiring for say research faculty for computer sciences, something like that. So if you see, so the AI will help you in generating that job description and posting you there. So it's not only that it will also, it's helping you. So basically then it depends on the HR to go and edit the entire job description based on your needs as well. So it is reducing the time and the efforts there. And by the way, one thing which I wanted to highlight here is, most of you might think for AI we'll be using the public data or your data will be exposed outside. No. Here it's with Oracle, the benefit, or I think one of the greatest advantage is Oracle uses your data, your institutional data. And that's where we uses AI to provide those job descriptions, and the use of AI and the generative AI functionalities there. And then this is done at your site and with your data. And similarly, when we talk about the finance or the operations of the university, we have the financial clouds, which is complete end-to-end, which provides the entire digitizing of the back-end operations whether it is from the finance, procurement, supply chain, or managing all the institutional operations. One of the uniqueness of Oracle, which is very, very unique to Oracle and unique to the higher education industry, is on the research aspect. How Oracle, operate the finance or the grants management can help you manage all your research grants. When I say the research grants, is mostly we start from the post-award. Whereas we do have solutions with partners which we have used for pre-award as well, but from Oracle, the delivered is on the post-award. And this is completely based on embedded with AI. And you can see here, for example, say Procurement Policy Advisor, which is one of the agentic AIs which Oracle has. And by the way, when I talk about agentic AIs, Oracle has more than 600 plus agentic AI capabilities inbuilt within the system, which comes as an inbuilt. Same goes if you're talking about a payable agent for the finance people who understands this one, and Oracle Fusion ERP, things like that. And the payment agents, which is which will automate a lot of your billing and the execution of your bank statements and things like that for making the faster supplier payments. And the benefits, what we're talking about here from when it talks to the finance operations, is number one is the efficiency, which we have been talking about, the process for the supplier invoices faster and reduces the errors and manual interventions. Effectiveness, that's the second one, which is very important. And it reduces the cost of managing the entire operations of the university, optimize the working capital, strengthen supplier relationship, which is by various methods. And then you're talking about the experience. The experience is here talking not only for the staff, but also for the students as well, improved employee experience, customers, and the supplier experience there. Along with this, we have something called very powerful tool, which is used for enterprise performance management, which can be used for the planning, budgeting, and forecasting for the universities, from the budget's point of view. For example, how you can plan ahead based on the number of, say, students, or how the operating cost plan, or what would be the cost of education, the cost of a particular course, and what is the revenue planning for the students in terms of all these things. And it not only comes with this, but also we can use the same tool for the faculty planning, staff costs, in making how many temporary staff is required for you, full-time faculty. And then there is something called workforce strategic modeling, scenario-based analysis. So these are all done within the system, and you, as stakeholders, the university, the top managements, executives can see all the dashboards in just one click in their system, may it be from the current year to the previous year, what is the revenue, the comparisons, and only for the enrollment trends. When I talk about enrollment trends, could be from the various courses, various programs, which program is doing better, and what is required there. So maybe you can use this one and plan for your coming semesters or for coming years. And the key metrics, which would be on terms of what is the current year enrollment, the enrollment by course or by college, by program, and by demographic as well. And you can go to various levels. You can go to even see at what level the enrollments are there. And then the area for budgeting and planning, what was the budgets based on the enrollments versus the target. And you can do the variance. Again, this is something which is based on your current data as well as from the previous year's data. Here, we also use something like a predictive AI. I talked about something predictive AI, like how we can auto-predict, multivariate the prediction, anomaly detections, and forecast for variance biases, and doing the generative reporting. For example, predictive planning. This is very important use cases, improves for the forecasting accuracy by using sophisticated time series forecasting techniques, and these are all done using our automated with the AI and with the system itself. And not only that predictive planning, but the system can also auto-predict, can give you certain auto-predictions based on your data, based on the trends, how the students' enrollment has been happening, how the courses have been performing, or how it is alongside with your budgets of the university, things like, and as I mentioned about, like, the prediction is not only from the current data, but also you can do it, like the insights can gain from the prediction variances, like what was the budgeted and what is the actual and the variance, like how much is the variance there. And this is from the current, and this you can do it even variance from the previous data and previous years as well. And we have a lot of like narrative reporting. Narrative reporting is mostly on towards if CFOs are here, they can understand, like for the closing of the institution financial years, all the data, it can be automatically summarized into a narrative reporting format and provided in a various templates, like in a PowerPoint or in a PDF document, in just not only just by giving the numbers. In the morning, like there was one thing which as I heard about is the students, because Odell, end of the day, and the university is all about students. The heart of any university is the student. And here with Oracle, we're talking about providing a connected delivering experience for the students, especially from the time the students apply for the university and go through all that admission process. And then the student financing, like if you have some kind of student financing modules, like discounting for the students, or maybe some loans and things like that. So this all, plus talking about coming to the student engagement. When we talk about student engagement, it's on campus and off campus as well, because in the Odell analogy and pedagogy of the distance learning, student engagement is the most important and the most challenging aspect. And this is how Oracle and AI can help you have a better student engagement throughout their entire academic model, entire academic life cycle, and then not only just after graduation, bringing them back into the system to do some advancement, some courses like cultivating, I would say, like a lifelong learning experience for the student. And all this is surrounded by our ERP and the HR systems, which is focused on the operation of all the university. And one of the use cases which we have seen in most of the universities is the use of AI. Like one of our university, they are using AI or the digital assistant to have the student, parent, teacher, with the university and things. Here, if you see, a student can interact and try to get their schedules, even their marks, and what is their fees pending and all those details with the use of the digital assistant. And not only they can get the information, but they can actually perform the task by, say, making the payments for their fees and knowing their exam schedule or booking the slot with their advisors. And so this is something which it does. And one of the very important area for the student and for the universities is the student dropout prediction. This is something which is there, which is very, very challenging, which we are facing the universities. So with the help of Oracle and with the help of AI, what we can do, the universities can do is you can identify these high-risk students who are at the verge of dropout, even before they become a dropout, and intervene and provide the corrective measures. See, the dropout could be for the various reasons, not only could be financial reason, could be the accessibility reason, or could be various the student might have taken an overload of the course. So all these areas and can be provided with AI, helped with AI and with Oracle systems and analysis to give the advisor I would say dashboard of the student and where they are progressing to avoid the student dropouts. Not only that, we have seen, we have talked about, the personalized learning with the AI. With Oracle, we have an agent studio wherein you can build your own customized AI agents, like teachers, and also for, say, maybe some digital assistants, which is required. And you can build and deploy it, and where the teachers can help in students providing the learning. It's not replacing a teacher, but it's more of a complementing the teacher. And with the help of this, it's not only just complementing, but also it will help to track the learning data of each and every student and to upload their content and training by AI and losing these things. So if you see, this is like, bidirectional conversational, agents, which are more human-like and which can have a normal human-like conversation. There is no something like, a technical language or things is required, which can provide you with a very personalized learning experience. We have been talking about accessibility, and today's time, like any application or anything which is required should be accessible by any device, anytime, anywhere. So this is where Oracle, all our applications, may it be finance, may it be HR, or students, or support services to raise the support request or anything, all are mobile enabled. They're mobile first, and you can, the staff or the faculty can raise requests or identify or see their students, what is their calendar, how it looks like, so everything is done. So here, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say is how we can succeed with the power of Oracle AI is by providing you more an exceptional experience across the entire student life cycle, where you as this institution can focus more on student, not on just the processes, and cultivating the lifelong learning experiences, increasing the student recruitment and retention and the institutional loyalty, which is very, very important, touchless processes and smart alerts for making the payments, or even for, say, faculty, if they would like to know what is their, say, absenteeism or what's their leave balance, how they can apply, and what are the leave things, and if they have medical insurance, what medical insurance covers, what are it covers to them. And this is all which is part of the Oracle AI, adapting to the curriculum to equip to the graduates to meet the job market demands. This is very, very important today, because there's a huge gap between the academic knowledge which is being provided and what is required by the industry. With Oracle, we have something called Oracle Academy, where we provide free of education learning content to the universities, where you can take those content which are latest, which includes AI and which includes the courses like, say for finance, for HR professionals and things, and embed within your curriculum so that they are meeting or reducing the gap from the academic knowledge and what is required by the industry or by the job. And secondly, we're talking about positioning the institutions for the growth and innovation with the help of the latest technologies. Like this will help you to attract, retain, and develop some top talents in faculties and in staff as well. And it provides the real-time insights into all your campus trends or on your university trends. And it also helps students and staff to succeed by streamlining the recruitment and admission and administrative processes, by enhancing the academic data with the career-relevant skills, AI-powered career guidance and support, which is very, very important, and personalized learning. That is something which is very, very important in today's times. So at the end, as Oracle, what we do is we focus on 4 main areas of the institutions. Number 1 is the student success, which could be from the academic success and making the students more employable. And then the second is the institutional standing. Institutional standing could be the ranking of the institution within the region, globally, by providing having the top faculty and staff and program quality and reputations, and that would create a market differentiation within the institutions here. Third one is the delivering the operational excellence with increasing the financial stability within the institutions, and having that reporting and compliance metrics and compliances from your statutory compliance or from the ministry requirements, providing you with the right analytical and insights with the current data, and at the end, the research capabilities which I talked about. There are some examples which we are talking here, but before is there, which I can always share. You can see it like the University of, say, Baylor University, with the use of Oracle, the cloud solutions, the entire end-to-end solution. They have reduced their onboarding steps from 26, which they were following, to the 7 steps. Same goes with, University of Wyoming, which they have saved more than $2.7 million just from the procurement alone by automating their procurement processes and with the use of AI. So there are a lot of use cases which I can share, but in the interest of time, I'm just leaving with very few things. So thank you. That was from our side.
Thank you, Imran, for sharing those insights around how Oracle, you have built a unified experience that is AI-driven at the core. I think in terms of the speakers that have spoken to us, if I can just help us to summarize so that whatever questions you have, you'll note them down, because after this, we're going to take another speaker. Dr. Oyedeji, who couldn't join us earlier but is available now. So just for our own recollection, that our first speaker, Professor Peter Scott, was really centered around sustainable Odell is not about technology, it's about the institution's transformation strategy. And he challenged us to say the technology alone is not enough. Excuse me, I'm actually summarizing Mark's presentation from Infotech. Let me start again. I've got long notes. So Professor Scott was really talking to us about the essence of a sustainable Odell ecosystem, and his view is that it is built on trust. Mark Horting from Infotech is saying to us, sustainable Odell is not about technology, it is about the institution's transformation strategy. Huawei, Dr. Bello Musa, you have made a proposal on a smart education solution that is AI-driven, and you are saying it's about AI and data sovereignty. Imran Aziz from Oracle, you're saying you propose a unified experience that is cloud-driven, that uses your own localized data and has various AI agents that enable that experience. In summary, I think those are the main key takeaway points. Please, again, make note of your questions, and we will come back to this question session. Mark, are you still available? What's your availability? If we have questions for you, thumbs up. Okay, so are we ready then, colleagues, to take Dr. Oyedeji? Is he available? Okay, Dr. Oyedeji, are you there?
I'm still here, yes.
Okay, Mark, we'll come back to you. Dr. Oyedeji? Can you hear us?
Good morning. Yes,
Excellent.
I'm available. Good morning, everybody.
Excellent. Over to you,
I'm
Dr.
here.
Oyedeji. You can go ahead with your presentation.
I'm there.
Great.
I'm hearing you very well.
Lovely. You can start your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Oyedeji,
Okay.
if you could
So
maybe...
the presentation is on research, innovation, and societal impact. Can you see the screen? I'm sharing the paper.
Dr. Oyedeji, can you hear me?
The 21st century presents an unprecedented...
Dr. Oyedeji, colleagues, can you assist me? Please type on the chat. Type on the chat. We are asking if you could work the presentation into a 10-minute slot, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I can hear you.
Thank you. So I'm going to remind you about the 10 minutes when you have 2 minutes left.
I will.
All right. Over to you.
I will do so. Okay. Thank you very much. In an era defined by rapid technological advances, complex society challenges, and global interdependence, research and innovation have emerged as critical drivers of sustainable development. So, this paper examines the This paper intricate relationship between research, innovation, and societal impact within the context of ODL. And it posits that when research is anchored in innovation and oriented towards societal needs, it becomes an instrument for transformation. So the discussion is informed by conceptual frameworks, empirical evidence, and policy considerations, emphasizing the transformative role in expanding access to knowledge, fostering inclusive innovation, and enhancing community well-being. So open and distance learning institutions occupy a strategic position in this ecosystem. Their flexibility, reach, and capacity for blended digital engagement uniquely position them to generate, disseminate, and apply knowledge and addresses both local and global needs.
Dr. Oyedeji, we're struggling to hear you. It's coming through very intermittently. We keep on losing you a couple of seconds at a time. And the screen toggles in and out and hasn't moved since you've started.
So
we're struggling.
Effective.
Could we try again at another time slot? We have a time challenge, and we're struggling to hear you. Could we perhaps try this at another time slot, please? Can you type on the chat? So Dr. Oyedeji, for now, we're going to ask that we come back to you because we were struggling to hear you. All right. Colleagues, while we sort out that connectivity issue, let's go into a question and answer session for the three speakers. Can I get the mobile mics, please? Are there questions? Yesterday, the room was popping from all the different panel sessions. I'm hoping to see this popcorn again this afternoon. There's a question in the middle of the room. So, quick introduction of yourself and straight to the question.
Thank you. My name is Professor Angelo Dube from the College of Law. My question is not to the panelists. I understood your presentation is fantastic, brilliant. My question is to us sitting here as leaders in these universities. Trump rocked the world, and when he did, the European Union started asking which companies in Europe can help us ditch Zoom, which companies in Europe can help us ditch Teams. We are sitting here discussing this ODL, CODEL, open distance learning, and we are not going deep into how do we create African solutions organically from scratch. We tend to think when we do these large language models and we say you can now do it in Zulu, we are Africanizing it. But as long as the platform is Western, as long as the platform is Eastern, it's not African. We're not going anywhere. It's a comment to the entire room. It's for us to think and perhaps come up with a solution towards this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. It's a question to challenge all of us in this room. We can write the LLM, but if the AI itself that you're teaching is not written by you, then maybe there's something to think about. And he's challenging us. How do we write that very AI? It sounds like he's saying we need our own DeepSeek, and so on and so on. Another question?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Chiawanjovu from Zikas University in Zambia. My question is directed at Professor Aziz from Oracle. I would like to know the requirements for a university to join the Oracle Academic Initiative. Thank you.
Can you repeat that slowly? It was not, the mic is not clear. Can we change the mic? Colleagues, can we change the mic, please? It was a bit muffled.
Good afternoon once more.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Achiawa Njovu from Zikas University. What I would like to know is how can an institution join the Oracle Academy for members to benefit from the Oracle Academic Initiative? Thank you.
So the question is, how does an institution join Oracle Academy?
Academic Initiative, yes.
Have I got it?
Correct. That's correct.
We'll come to you. Let's just take all the questions. Yeah. Other questions? The first one was not for the panelists. It was for all of us. This one is about joining Oracle Academy. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Yes? No? No. I don't see any other hands from the floor. So I think, Imran, let's give you that opportunity.
Thank you. The easiest way of joining for any institution to Oracle Academy is you can reach out to us. Like if you give us your contact details, we can forward it to the right Oracle Academy people, and you can join and subscribe to our Oracle Academy programs, their curriculum, which you can start using, embed in your curriculum, and provide education for learning for all the students. It's a very simple, very easy process, and it's a free of cost. That's the most important. So we are not charging for that. Yeah, I hope I answered that. Yes.
So you will take his contact details then for your engagement. Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments, Professor Linkabula?
I'm not an expert in IT, and therefore, if my questions are a bit off, please forgive me. So that's a disclaimer. First, I think I have a concern. The presentation, Oracle, you said you are empowering UNISA. I thought we were partners. The thing being that it's not a corporate social responsibility. It's a partnership. So I think we should emphasize the partnership model than the hierarchical model of empowering. In the context of the continent, the East and the West have always been talking about empowering us, as though there's no level of reciprocal benefit deriving from the relationship. So I think how we define our relationships helps us to look at what opportunities, benefits, assets that we can co-construct together and succeed. But if we work from a hierarchical position, then we will empower each other. So I am now getting into the philosophy of industry-university partnership. How do you, as private sector or industry, see the benefits that derive from the work or institutions of higher learning, such as the 53 universities that are represented here, as a reciprocal relationship, given that the knowledge that you optimize for your business is also derived from research? I think that's more interesting for us as universities, because we want to not be consumers only. We want to learn with you, from you, but also the solutions that you design speak to the intentions and the aspirations that we would like. So that's more in a philosophical point of how we relate to industry as partners, but not as just consumers. So this one was more a philosophical. The question that I ask is that when we talk about smart campus and so on, we entail some systems like radio frequency identification, where you follow people, their footprint, what they're saying, who they're saying it to, and whatever. And as the universities, we would like to know how do you deal with the ethical contradictions that arise from privacy, as well as from these tools that do the work that is done. It's very important because our students are your data, will be in your data systems. How do you use it beyond the partnership model that we would have had with you? And how do we protect the institution of learning from being taken over by the inventions or interventions that we are doing together, but where the partnership model is not affirmed or asserted? So I think the third point is that we really appreciate that industry is with us as universities, and you are learning from us and with us around how to pivot ourselves, our societies, our continent through technology. And a colleague had said, beyond selling to us, what can you do to co-construct with us? These are the three sets of questions that I'd like to pose to you, appreciating the partnership. When Huawei was speaking, I showed them, because your evidence of your work is here, our Wi-Fi. I'm not sure whether it's as fast as we would want, but I do know that at least it's stable. So I think we need to work with industry as partners, and that's a point that I cannot hesitate to emphasize, because African institutions and African businesses or other businesses that are service providers to African institutions, if we don't have a collaborative model that is strong, then we might as well just be consumers. And I don't want to be a consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for prompting us to have a pivotal view of a partnership, not a one selling to another that equates some kind of a hierarchy where one is upper and one is lower, but appreciating that it is a partnership. So with that in mind, it's about seeing us all here as ACDE members. How do we create reciprocal relationships with you? We don't want to be just consumers, we want to co-create with you. In Smart Campus, and I think this one, can you please take it, Bello? How do you protect, or how do you enable us to protect ourselves from our students' data and our IP going beyond the partnership that we have with you? What are the things that you have in your Smart Campus solutions that protect that? And for Imran, and as well for Mark, if you're still online, what is your view on how we can co-create? There's all of us here as members of ACDE, over 50 institutions from the continent, we want to co-create with you, not just consume what you sell. And I'd like you to give your views on that, please. Can I start with you, Bello? You'll also address the co-creation issue, and then we'll go to Imran, and then we'll finish up with Mark.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for these remarks and these points. So what I would like to say is at Huawei, data security, data sovereignty are very critical. We have deployed data centers here, which are based on Huawei cloud systems, which are very, very secure, reliable, and also trustworthy. When it comes to the student and institution data, we always abide with the laws and regulations which are in the country, the local laws and regulation. And luckily, you know, South Africa is one of the very few and first countries in Africa to establish what we call the Cloud Act, which call upon any supplier or service provider to operate the data locally, so data are not going across boundaries. And on top of that, there was also the POPIA Act, which is for the protection of personal information. You see, I know all this regulation because we have to abide on this regulation whenever we are conducting business. And in Huawei, we have a saying that we do what we call glocalization. That is, Huawei is only bringing a global experience blended with a local expertise. I'm sure you know about our different ICT academies, our different programs locally, and we also have an innovation center, which is right here in Johannesburg, where we work together with different institutions to understand the local problems and to bring a local solution to that local problem through our initiative that we call Open Labs. And I'm sure we already have that partnership with UNISA and with many other institutions around South Africa and around Africa as in general. And we will continue to do that, to partner with different institutions, and we are ready to listen, and we are open to any other suggestions or recommendation in order to advance, you know, a quality and equal education in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your question. It was very interesting, and I really liked your comment. But when we're talking about empowering, it is empowering both ways. It's not just one way. It's nothing hierarchical. It is having a cohesive partnership between the educational institutions and Oracle, and this is what Oracle firmly believes in. To give you an example, like, you know, which will again answer the question of like how Oracle, like how industry and Oracle in particular with the institutions can collaborate and co-develop things. Like if you see in Oracle applications, you take any applications in Oracle, may it be finance, may it be HR, may it be student or procurement, anything. The beauty is all the best practices which are embedded within Oracle system are 80% are designed and recommended and developed by the industry, by the institutions. Okay, like they are the best practices across the global. So what Oracle does is, like, if you ask me, like, I don't decide to see, okay, this is how an institution should be running. When I say the procedures and policies embedded within the system, with the work, this one. So the institution, we take your advice. So we have something called Community Connect, wherein on a like daily basis, on a monthly basis, we receive hundreds of requests based on certain localization requirement, like for South Africa, where we have a specific, like, you know, localized payrolls, localized, like, you know, legislative regulations, which are already embedded within our systems. These are all coming in from the industry, not an Oracle developer or a programmer who's sitting back in somewhere in US or India deciding, okay, this is how a university policy should work or run. No, this is the other way around. So this is one of the best things which Oracle has. Second is giving back to the community. It's not just social responsibility. I would say, the CSR has always been taken in a very non-productive way. But in Oracle, if you see, like I have mentioned about Oracle Academy. Oracle Academy, it provides a huge catalog of courses for the institutions. And these courses are technology, applications, latest like AI, and even on infrastructure. Once the student completes these courses, they can even get a certification, which would help in reducing the academic knowledge and what is the required, the skill sets or the competencies by the industry to make that student more and more employable. Because today, students are not just taking the programs, but they are thinking about what is the return on their program or return on investment, what we call it in a corporate language, from the student, like, okay, if I'm investing my 4 years plus X amount of thousands of dollars, what I'm getting after 4 years, whether I'll be relevant to the industry, whether I'll be employable. So this is where Oracle is giving back. And it's not only for the students, but also for the faculties. The same program, they have a thing which can be, courses can be taken by the faculty to develop their talent, to develop their skills and grow their career path. Then comes from the research aspect as well. When COVID hit, Oracle was partnered with Oxford to develop the COVID vaccine, which is, we all know that. So in this way, there are a lot of collaboration. I would not just talk about like partnership, but I would say more like a collaboration, more like having joining hands, joining force with the education institutions and providing the research and providing the outcomes for a better world, for a better tomorrow, and developing the solutions and applications or the technology for a better world for tomorrow. This is what we do in Oracle. Thank you. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Imran. Mark, some comments from you? I can see you. Go ahead, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I will address it real briefly in terms of how we partner with institutions. Are you unable to hear me?
So we can hear you. Just a brief.
Yes, can you hear me?
Creation, yes. We can hear him. Mark, we can hear you. Go ahead.
There's a significant delay between audio and video.
Yes. You can maybe turn off your video.
I'm going to turn off my video to see if that helps. There's a couple of ways that we partner with institutions that are members of Infotech.
Go ahead, Mark. Okay. I think we're having a connectivity issue, guys. Just ask Mark to type it on the chat. Monica, ask him to type it on the chat, and then we'll share it. I think then that brings us to the end of our session. But, you know, I just want us to also reflect on that first question that has been, that the gauntlet has been thrown to all of us. How do we create these localized solutions? UNISA Moodle Mood Africa Association an association where we have membership. We started with Open University Tanzania, National Open University Nigeria, amongst others. And we had our third conference last year, and we spoke about how do we create our own solutions. And those institutions that are ACDE members who run Moodle, let's talk during lunch. And if you're not already a member, please join us so that we can work collaboratively. We have webinars that will be running on a monthly basis where we share insights, knowledge, and learning. And we have some key themes that we want to work on, including how do we create our own localized solutions. So I hope that during lunch we'll talk. If you run Moodle, but you are not yet a member of our association, we are inviting you. Let's co-create together. That brings us to the end of the session. Over to you, Prof. Ganta. Gentlemen, thank you. Mark, thank you. Chat soon.
I think we could give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Strengthening the links between universities and industry is obviously something that we all talk about. So it's so important having people like these in the room so we can really see how we strengthen those links, particularly with the interdependencies that we have as ODEL universities. Just as a note, we're going to have a slight change in schedule. We're first going to have our keynote speak before we have lunch. So we'll have our keynote and then go straight into lunch, just because our keynote does have to leave at some point, and so we don't want to delay any longer, and we also don't want to rush lunch and have it in 10 minutes. So let's rather have our keynote now. And I really have the privilege and honor of introducing our keynote speaker, Professor Kenneth Matengu. This is the president of the Pan-African University Council. Not only did he do that from 2001 to 2004, but it was renewed because he was doing such a good job. This is also the president of the Association of African Universities. It is also the vice chancellor. He's also the vice chancellor of the University of Namibia. So a really illustrious continental CV. He is a member of the Association of Commonwealth Universities and an African representative to UNESCO Management of Social Transformation Program. He is also a member of Namibia's high-level panel on the economy. He serves as several presidency delegations to major international forums, including the United Nations General Assembly and the C10 head of states. And he is a geographer, and I can attest to his brilliant academic acumen as well, with over 100 papers published, and only last year publishing in one of the top geographical papers, GeoForum. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to not only put your hands together, but rise to your feet for our keynote speaker today. Thank you, Professor. Do I need to call Prof. Bukhano for... Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Please take your seats. Those were nice words from a fellow geographer, I guess. I have a bit of a difficulty in that I really do not want you to be too hungry for long. But at the same time, I'm happy that you are not at the stage where you have to offer unintended prayers as a result of lunch. What I'm going to try and do here is try and summarize it. I have a long presentation, so I'll try and summarize it and make it as short as possible. The second difficulty is that what I'm going to be talking about a lot is, in a sense, also very political. And it's because I have to speak at that level of politics. And I understand that one father was having a chat with his 9-year-old boy about the trends and issues in Africa. And this young boy was so intrigued that he asked his father, "But Daddy, can you really explain to me what is politics?" And the father said, "Well, It's something like this. I am the capitalist, I provide. Your mother keeps the money, so she's the government. And the babysitter is the working class. You are the people, and your younger brother is the future. The decisions around how these resources are is about politics. Do you understand? You say, oh, well, yeah, maybe. So after the dinner, they went to sleep. While he was asleep, he heard the young brother cry. And he went to check and found that the young brother was in a mess. The diaper was in a mess. So he goes to check the mother. And he finds the mother is asleep. And comes to the maid. And he finds daddy there having an affair with the maid. And he decides not to interrupt either. So he goes back and sleeps. And the following morning during breakfast, he tells his dad, Daddy, I think now I understand what politics is. He says, oh, tell me in your own way. And the boy says, well, the government is asleep. The capitalist is screwing the working class. The people are ignored while the future is in a mess. So hopefully, African politics isn't like that. Anyway, I thought I should talk about the general trends that are affecting how higher education system as a system is kind of malfunctioning, and the trends that are affecting that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think a lot what has been said here about these trends has been covered. The new technologies is something we can't avoid. AI, the Internet of Things, and many, many other things that are affecting how higher education in Africa is being conducted and what it's able to achieve and what it can't achieve. There is an issue of increased geopolitics. You have seen a lot about this, some decisions being taken. Certain nations cannot be accorded the opportunity to study in certain places. Right now, there is even a discussion about research espionage, that we cannot allow certain nations to work with you because we suspect that they are after certain things. And decisions have been taken in some countries where you cannot work with China or Iran or Russia. These are real things that are happening, and the question that we need to keep in mind, when things like that are happening, where is academic freedom and where does Africa stand? The issue of different demands in higher education, I will show a few slides about this and say a few things. And the fact that there is the estimation is that there will be 600 million students in 2050 in higher education. And there is some projection that says that whereas globally the number of people participating in higher education will increase, in Africa it's going to reduce. What's the reason for that? Maybe I'll explain. Right now there is more than 260 million university students globally, and only 9% of that are in Africa. Yet the population in Africa is supposed to be university going age. So what are some of these reasons? I will skip these two slides. Here I just want to ask the purpose of our education. Generally, higher education has three purposes. One is to lead to international competitiveness. Second, leading to self-reliance. And thirdly, to the welfare of the citizens. The question is Africa's education defined in such a way that it causes either of those three? Competitiveness, international competitiveness, self-reliance, or the welfare of the citizens. And if that is not defined, we have to keep in mind that there are, as a result of new technologies, AI and others, there has been jobs that has been lost. Many of your institutions don't train in these fields, right? Not anymore. In some. There are also new jobs to come. If you read the 2025 Jobs of the Future report, you will see the kind of jobs that are expected to diminish, those that will be enhanced, and those that are to come. So the question is, are we preparing as a continent to cause those jobs, those professions? And in many places, you will know that governments, when they are applying and creating certain positions, there is a requirement by the International Labour Organization for the national qualifications and professions classifications norms. So right now, if you are training a machine mediator, the government doesn't know how to place that kind of position. Because they have, in order to determine the salary and so on, they have to evaluate it. But if it is not in that, like nano engineers or drone operator, those positions are not yet in many governments, especially in Africa. And we have to think about what we do. Some years ago, those of us who work in the information society had projections that by 2025, 10% of people wearing clothes connected to the internet. And 90% of the people will have unlimited and free storage on the cloud. That the first robotic pharmacist in the US would be in place, and 1 trillion sensors connected to the internet, 90% of the population with regular access to internet, and. Do you think none of these things have not been realized? Almost all these were already realized in 2022-23 there. The question is there something Africa is leading on? Is Africa creating its innovations that are first? Like it was asked, I think, by one of the profs here. Yes, we have these different applications that we are using as universities, but we are not the creators. We are just the consumers. At what stage will Africa be able to take lead and create its own technologies and be the first that the North, the global North, can buy from? And many of these, by the way, are a result of the rare earth metals and minerals that Africa has. But it is not able to convert what it has into wealth. We do believe in my field that an education system cannot deliver what it's not designed for. So if you want your education system to be the one that causes industry, you have to design it in such a way that it causes the industry. If it's not designed to cause it, won't happen. If it is designed to produce people who recycle knowledge, who just consume it, it won't give you the designers and the creators. So the question is there a problem? Can we say that higher education in Africa is challenged? As I said, there are 264 million students in higher education institutions globally. Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 9% of that. Enrollment is not more than 20%. And of that 20% who go into university, only 4 to 7% complete on time. And mobility within Africa is only 0.2 million, whereas in Europe it's around about 9 million mobility of students per year. Why is that? The first, I can't remember whether the first or second presentation highlighted the issue of learning poverty. Basically, what is happening from UNESCO studies and the World Bank, they are telling us that enrollment is no longer a good measure of whether education is taking place or not. Because in many countries, you'll find 90%, 98% of under 10-year-olds who are in school. But according to the figures, it's almost 8 out of 10 of the learners that are under the age of 10 who are in school are functionally illiterate. So even if they are in schools, it doesn't mean they are learning. And as a result, this is the reason why it is estimated that the number of people participating in universities in Africa will be less because they are not learning. African higher education is dependent on the foundations from primary. And if that is not happening, and if you read some of the statistics that are coming out of UNESCO and the UN Human Rights Council, you will see that the majority of those that are dying in the Mediterranean are actually dropouts from universities, dropouts from secondary schools. So something is not right. Why is it that people are in school but they are not learning? Is it the problem of not adhering to the norms? The ratio between the teachers to the learners is very high in many of the African countries. That's one problem. Is remuneration to the teachers the issue? Is it? Is it that because we have a lot of female teachers and less men, and this is another problem, you will see in many institutions now that 70 to 80% of the university students are now female. So what is happening to the boy child? The percentage of teachers who are qualified in primary education is relatively high, but in many other countries, there isn't even data. What about the status of teachers? Is to be a teacher a second option or third option? What level of respect do we grant to the teachers? Do we give them the same status as medical doctors, as engineers? Or we consider them as just ordinary? Yet education is what? Is the mother of what? Hey, I'm talking to people who are not from education. Education is the mother of all professions. And yet, it doesn't have the same respect. But look, some other statistics I've seen, in 1980, China did not have respect for teachers. But look, now it has the highest respect for the teachers. And what is the result of that? China is taking over. We learned yesterday what they are doing to teach already AI and other algorithms. China and the United States, from primary. What about government spending in education? you can see there in Southern Africa, it looks like Namibia and Botswana spend a little bit more. But those same countries that are spending more, if you ask whether they are getting the value for money, they will tell you no, they are not. So what is the issue? Africa struggles to spend in higher education, yet it has the largest deposit of minerals. Why does it struggle? Because most often Africa doesn't know what it has. Why? Because research is not funded. And when research is not funded, we don't know what we don't know. Someone else comes and discovers oil, uranium, gas, and so on, and they value that and tell you, this is our resource, you have to buy it from us. And as a result of this, no investments are going into research, in research and development, in innovation. And because of that, Africa lacks what I call the conversion capability, to convert these resources into wealth. But it can't do so because we don't have knowledge sovereignty. We are not in charge of knowledge systems, be they rankings or knowledge production, and we are not creating enough industries. What we have most in most countries is warehouses and workshops. South Africa was doing a bit of this, of industry creation, because of the sanctions. But we also know that a lot of that work was being done by Israel here. So what should happen? Yesterday, the colleague from Mozambique spoke about the challenges around access. This is the map of access to electricity. And you can see that the majority of Africans do not have access to electricity. Yet, you have big rivers that you can dam and produce electricity. You have a lot of sun. There's a lot of uranium. And you can mention them. And if there is poor access to electricity, it means also poor access to technology. And when there is no access to technology, what you experience then is underdevelopment. Because technology is dependent on other technologies. World Mapper produces this every year on research productivity and knowledge production. And you see Africa is around about contributing now 15% of the global knowledge. A lot of our brothers in the diaspora contributes to the others, what we see there. But they are not counted as part of what comes out of Africa. And there are people who are writing about academic apartheid. The fact that if you are from a certain African continent and you submit your paper somewhere else, it won't be published. Because you are not Anglophone. The percentage of of Africans in higher education compared to the rest of the world, you can see on this map also that it is very, very low compared to the number of Africans in higher education compared to the who are not in higher education. This is the reason why the colleague yesterday was citing high percentages of youth unemployment because they are not in higher education, they are not in school. Then they count as unemployed. And they become vulnerable to warmongers, to human traffickers. Was it today or yesterday someone said, I think it was the former commissioner, the hand becomes what? Prof. A hand that is not busy becomes the factory of the devil. It's a devil's workshop. Yet, we have the dividend, but these dividends are not in higher education. So is it a dividend? This high number of young people who are not in universities, they are not in school, they are just on the street. The actual enrollment, I think this figure you have seen and you have, but you can see it's less than 10%. It has consistently been less than 10%. I'll skip that one. The higher education spending, this you have seen. What is also very interesting is when it comes to mobility. UNESCO reports that around about 223,000 students from Southern Africa were enrolled in higher education establishments located outside their own countries. And these figures, I believe, are conservative. You have a lot of African students who leave to foreign universities. But also, these statistics show us that in certain instances, they don't even study in their own country. And I understand that, being the president of the Association of African Universities, I understand why. Because in some countries, 8 months of the year, if it's not the students who are striking, it's the professors. So no serious parent would say, I take my child there where half of the year they are not learning. Right? It's very interesting, like the Comoros, almost 100% of the people who finish high school, they don't study there. They go elsewhere. You have the figures. South Africa seems to be an exception, although sometimes when the foreign students come here, they are told go back home. That is also not right. So what should be the response of higher education institutions to the learning crisis? You know, in 2024, the African Union declared the year 2024 as the year of education. My question to you, as a ACDE, what role are you going to play to resolve the learning crisis? Because if the learning crisis, they may appear to be in primary now. But if they are not resolved, you don't have students. And what is happening globally, from the evidence I have seen, there is an expectation of a shift of focus of the European institutions to give more scholarships to Africans. But these scholarships will not be to go to Europe, will be to study here. Once they finish, they work for them. We must prepare for this, because even the European Union took a decision. At least 70% of those who are funded to go and study there should be retained. It's not going to be forced, but they will be incentivized to stay. In my own university, currently, we are supplying Germany with 70 nurses every year. The moment they finish by October, November, they take them, they put them into language courses to go and work in Germany. The European Union, and especially European Union, they have a population crisis. 1 in 7 is above 60 years. So they don't have people who can work. Where will they turn to? Here. And what is going to happen then to the human resources capabilities of the continent? It's something that we need to think very carefully. I'll skip that. We have to work towards the characterization of Africa's higher education to be equitable and of quality. There are many challenges related to harmonization of qualifications, because we have the Francophone, the Anglophone, and the Lusophone systems. But these systems are not talking to each other. Recognition of qualifications is not happening. Using IA to mitigate the risk of ghostwriters. You know the story of ghostwriters? Those are the qualified PhDs who are based in Africa, Africans like you and me, who are taking assignments from European students. They write their masters or PhD and they charge $15,000. There has been a very thorough investigation about this. It's happening. Yeah. They just give them the topic, they write and produce that PhD, and it is issued there and they get money. They get much more richer than many of our professors. But what is happening then to the quality of education? Because this is not just about saving Europeans, it's also the working class here who are paying people to pay for them, to write for them. This is happening. It is happening. The issue of massification, you know the theory of Martin Troll from the 70s about massification. But massification must come with quality. And the issue of enforcement of minimum standards in higher education needs to be enforced. Otherwise, we have seen in some places, some of the studies indicating you have a 4-story building, each floor is occupied by one university. Why does that occur? And it is happening. The African higher education, as it is now, is not producing, it's not causing the industry to emerge. We have a prof here who is a chemist. He comes back. He is not enabled to apply that chemistry in an industry setup. Or you have someone like Kenneth, satellite systems, you come, and there's nowhere you can produce satellites. So the so-called development quartet, financing sector, government, industry, and education needs to work together. At the moment, sorry to use Prof's word, we are not partners in creating the industry. We still see each other as consumer and provider. And there is deep suspicions amongst ourselves. The industry doesn't really trust enough higher education in Africa. I wish there was more industry people here so I can say what I wanted to say, but they are not here. Only 2. But the education system in Africa will not be relevant if the industry is not embracing it. And this trend is also in governments where the African academics are left out to some consultants brought in from elsewhere by the World Bank to come in and advise on something that a local professor has said. So they will ask and write what you say and the government believes. But if you say it yourself, they don't believe you. So it's the epistemic foundations of knowledge that we must begin to question. The other thing is we need technical schools. In order to have the industry, we need technical school, not just technical subjects. And VC of UNISA, you have to bring back technical education at this level. Because what you find is low-level vocational and high-level theoretical people. In between, the people who should work in the industry are not there, who make things. We only have those who repair what is broken and those who think what must be designed. But those who produce it, we don't have. I promise that I will be very quick. In Africa and higher education institutions, we have also deep suspicions of each other. And maybe it's because we see things differently. Why is mobility among us African researchers difficult? Why are we not having joint projects? Why are we not sharing the resources that are within our universities? We choose to compete, but at the disadvantage of ourselves. We should complement one another. I'm drawing to a close. There are some very good things that we do as a continent. But sometimes we misunderstand that the good things that we are doing are not good enough. And if we think it's good enough, then we ignore what is out there. We see things differently. Are those lines parallel or not? Is something moving? Is it? You are tired. Now, because of the history of our education systems, we tend to forejudge. Even when we take on students, we tend to forejudge them, rather than enabling them to really come out with what God has given them. It should be our job. I consider a good teacher, a good lecturer, a good professor as someone who takes a presumably weak student to be a star. So I always have a problem when they say this is a very good school, it produces stars. It's because they are taking stars already. So this is the time when we have to consider African problems as opportunities for innovation. And what you are doing in the ACDE is to enable that to happen by empowering those who need the skills to achieve what they need to do. But we will not do so if we are jumping certain things. So if you are able to tell what I'm drawing there, please raise your hand. No one is raising a hand? Just to conclude, Africa has a lot of knowledge that we don't use, and it is a result of ignorance. I like this philosopher's thing. Ignorance of knowledge can never be explained in terms of anything else other than itself. It cannot be accounted for on the grounds of high search and learning costs, since no searching or learning is needed at all. It can be given a name and is the lack of entrepreneurial alertness. Every opportunity, every problem we see in our communities is an opportunity to innovate. Because that is where innovation comes from. Cars, microwaves, washing machines, they were all problems, isn't it? Thank God for the laziness of men. When they are challenged to work in the kitchen, they say, I design a washing machine. We have evidence. We know what we know about the continent, and we know what is not working, and we know what must be done. So it's up to us to take the decisions that are required. Our task is to make ourselves the architects of the future we desire. As said by Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. With this, I thank you and I wish you all the best.
I think we can give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as we learned yesterday, hooah! Thank you very much, Professor. I really think that helps us focus on what we need to achieve and what these types of events are about and what the ACDE is all about. It's about making sure that we can really drive the agendas and achieve the huge potential that our continent has. So thank you so much. We do appreciate your wisdom, and we appreciate your university, because it really is standing out as an institution that's willing to collaborate, that's willing to do more, and that's willing to reach out to other institutions. And if you didn't know, Namibia is now offering free higher education to its citizens. So it's something I think the rest of us can really aspire to. So thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. On that note, I think we're going to break for lunch. If we can just have a relatively quick lunch of 30 minutes and then meet back here for the formal closing of the event. Do we have time for questions? We can take a few questions. We have one at the back over there, please, if we can. Prof, if I could call you back to the podium, please, for questions. Prof, could I call you back to the podium for some questions, please? There was the question back there. Right at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for the good presentation. I just want to find out from your point of view, the trade deals that we have with international communities, are they the problems why we are struggling to industrialize in Africa? Because, for example, I'm a South African. I've never touched like raw gold in my life. I don't know how it looks like.
You don't know how?
How gold it looks like. Yeah, I only see there's a watch. I've never touched it. But they are mined here in South Africa and exported. So I just want to find out, are the trade deals one of the most bottleneck in terms of industrialization in Africa, from your point of view? And if so, how can we resolve that problem? Thank you.
I can take one more question. It looks like there isn't, so I can answer. He's still preparing. So I think there are systemic barriers to industrialization that may be caused by those who have resources already. But some barriers are really just as a result of not knowing. Let me give you an example. In my village, we have the sour plum. You know them? Yeah? And we always just eat them. But then once I traveled to another part of the country with my friend who is a little bit wealthy, and he told me, when he tasted, he says, I can see flavors in this. We will start making flavors. And he ordered 15 tons of that and start making flavors. Is that something you can blame someone else? It's because we don't know. We don't know that we can make flavors out of that. All we know is we eat it. That's it. So, but the courage to have sovereignty of knowledge, to finance and encourage inquisitiveness from young age is what we don't do. We are too worried that if I give you $100 to try and something, it's a waste of money if you don't succeed. But it isn't. It's just figuring out what is not working, and once you get it right, then a lot of wealth come out of that. The whole of innovations, they are full of accounts like this, of trial after trial after trial before success. And this is why you find many governments financing spin-offs without asking those students or young people who pitch to pay back. Because that is how you cause the industry. We have to have the appetite for risk and to de-risk those who are financing it. So I think the barrier to our industrialization is self-made. We have many, many universities now that have such capabilities, but they just need that extra financing to enable it. And on this, actually, I must thank Zimbabwe. It's the only country that I think they have made effort to define the purpose of their education. If it wasn't clear, that purpose, with all these years of sanctions, Zimbabwe would be on its knees. But Zimbabwe is able to produce its own center pivots. They are exporting wheat right now, even under sanctions. And if you find an unemployed Zimbabwean, he will be selling a broom or something on the street. But a Namibian or a South African will not do that. They will say, with my degree, no, I don't do that with my master's. Because the thinking is different. Self-reliance. Am I offending someone? Yes, please. We blame unemployment on governments. The Zimbabweans do something about it.
seen any more or new innovations that have come out of the country that have been impactful like those that were done during those times. Therefore, I'm trying to find out, is it that you must have a difficult context in order for you to be able to really be creative as Africans? Thanks.
The sanctions, if I understood well, the sanctions were good for South Africa because they forced South Africa to be self-reliant. Yeah. How many industries have been created after apartheid? Many of those were before or during the sanctions period. So basically, any problem, you can use it to your advantage. This is the main message. It's not to say what was happening was a good thing, but it's to say if your thinking is such that I must find a solution, a sustainable solution to the problem that I'm facing, you will find that solution. Let's go for lunch. Someone still wants to ask.
Or question. 2 more questions.
You know, when he was talking, he actually mentioned my name indirectly when he was making his presentation. When he said,
I can't hear you.
All right. I said, can you hear me now? I said when he was making his presentation, he actually mentioned my name. And when your name is mentioned, you try to make a comment. And really, I think sometimes we do not need to overgeneralize. Because if you overgeneralize, the few percentage that does not fit the cap feels a little bit alienated. Now, in any society, it is the critical mass, the small percentage, that really makes the difference, even in terms of industrialization. And so what we perhaps lack is to know the critical number and the effort to sustain that critical number to make the difference. When I was growing up as a fresh graduate from United Kingdom, and I was desirous to follow what you said, I personally bought over 2,000 US patents for my money. And what was I looking for? I was looking for how to make white oils. White oils is the base for most of the costumes we use in the world, paraffins. And after so many trials, I gave up. I gave up eventually because I was actually involved in an accident while I was trying to make something out of it. And so it is Africa has these numbers. In every society, there are Africans who have this initiative that you have alluded to. But I think it's more of a group race. If, for instance, here, in my field, there are 1 or 2 people who make a difference. Not all this community will make a difference. And I think what we should do as Africans is, even if there is 1 person, we should try to encourage that 1 person to be able to make the difference. Because really what we are talking about now is industrialization. If we go back to the issue of education that we have, the reason is simply because of ignorance. Somebody went to a beach and sees a pod. He either eats it and says this is food, or somebody sits down and says, what do I make of this pod? And that is the difference really in all human races. Thank you.
Which one? Which question? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I think, Professor Mateng, when we saw the map of the biotic resources, because when you showed the map of Africa and some of the assets that are available, whether they are mineral or biotic, the question that you spoke about is, do we create knowledges that enable us to optimize them as assets that can be attended to? The textile industries, the so-called African print dress that we wear is made in the Netherlands by the Dutch and a few by us. Dutch wax is more expensive than the locally made kitenge. I'm just giving an example. And both prof are looking at me. A colleague says, South Africa produces gold. I don't know it, but I only know the watch and the plated gold sometimes, not even the gold or the diamonds. And you have said perhaps we create the theoreticians, but also the law-based skills. And there's something in the innovative or in the production chain that gets lost. So the question is, how do we try to ensure that the theory and the praxis of change, but also of optimizing these assets is strengthened, particularly when the policy systems of our countries, including of an entity that you lead, you're one of the leaders, the AU, because you're one of the ambassadors for policy decisions on the continent. How do we ensure that as universities we do this when the policies, whether fiscal policies or educational policies, reduce the innovation impact of our universities or even the countries? I think that's an area that can help us as ACDE to really move beyond just the discussions about what platforms or what tools or what, but really what are the political advocacy or the systemic transformations that we need to institute. So I'd like to table this as one of the critical questions I'm reflecting with you on. Thank you.
Both Prof's interventions are very challenging to me, but let me make an attempt to answer. I said earlier, an education system must be designed. And if and when it is designed, it must have instruments that you can use to steer what you want to achieve. Funding is one instrument. Incentivizing the private sector to support higher education is one instrument. Ensuring that schools are properly resourced so that the young people have that opportunity to be curious and to develop resilience is one instrument. But any system must have the wisdom level and the content level. The wisdom level is what informs why we are doing what we are doing. Some of you who are in the tech space would know that Sweden has taken a decision, and I think it was followed by Finland 3 months ago. They have taken a decision to withdraw iPads and all these iPads in the schools. They no longer want them in schools. Because the wisdom level is telling them something is not going right in the way our learners are learning. They are telling us, or we tell ourselves, we need to put iPads in all the schools, smartphones and. But from their point, their own assessment, the wisdom level says no. We go back to chalk and board and pencil and paper. Because the studies are showing them that their children are no longer having that capabilities of thinking outside what they are exposed to. So that we have to build. And then the content level is a robust, relevant, responsive curriculum, we should actually be allowing teachers to be participating in writing curriculums, not just the recipients and implement. So I think these things are happening because our design of our systems is in such a way that it doesn't allow for innovations to take place. The shock absorbers that should be there are not there. And when they are not there, then no one is brave to take the risk to try. I think those are the challenges that we see. In Norway, they redefine their purpose every 5 years. In the past 10 years, it was global citizenship. And that you see that girl, what is her name? Yeah, I won't mention the name, but if that was not there of global citizenship, do you think she would bother being arrested in different countries for fighting for the rights of others? She wouldn't. It's because it is being embedded in their mind that we are raising you and we're educating you to be a responsible global citizen who cares about what happens elsewhere. As long as it's wrong, you must fight it. So if we raise our own children that way, I think it would be different. If we ask them, with the education that you want, what problems you want to solve, rather than asking them, what do you want to become? It's a different thing. It's a label that we want them to have, rather than the problem they must solve with the education they learn. That's my take. Thank you.
I think on that note, we can break for lunch. Thank you very much, everyone. Please reconvene in half an hour. What is it? I don't even know what the time is. So that will be 3:15, please. For those of you that don't know, lunch is at level 1 where it was yesterday. Thank you. Invite the team up. Please come ahead.
Are you going on my cycle? Yeah, it's a Kulu. No, you can speak. Then I'll come after you because you have more confidence than you were thinking.
Good afternoon, colleagues, I should say. It sounds so odd to say that because I'm so young in the audience. but good afternoon, colleagues. So we had a role of being rapporteurs throughout the two-day event, and standing beside me is Dr. Ntabeleng Mako and Dr. Ndombela and Dr. Mzwanele Mtwanti and myself, Dr. Lebogang Sisale. So what we're going to do is just give a brief overview of what we've collated throughout these 2 days. Of course, the extensive report will follow, but this is just a brief summary of what we've captured so far. All right, so there are affirmations that flew throughout the 2 days in all the sessions, the thematic sessions that we have, the plenary sessions, the speeches that we have from different delegates. And the first one is that Pan-African leadership and collective vision is something that is evident, right? So I'm a Gen Z, so I'll continue using words like right, and I know it's not good for this kind of setting. I thought I'd be in the background, but nevertheless, we are here. So we affirm that we affirm the ACDE as a powerful symbol for Pan-African collaboration and collective leadership. Through integrated and cooperative systems, African institutions are shaping the higher education agenda. They are amplifying African voices and advancing homegrown solutions. This collective vision reflects trust in African intellectual capacity and a commitment to integration rather than competition. The second one is an affirmation on the transformation of access through Odell. We affirm the SCD's pivotal role in transforming and expanding equitable access to higher education through open distance and e-learning. Odell is no longer a pathway or a last resort, but it's a credible and in many cases, a preferred mode of study, particularly for disadvantaged, rural, working, and non-traditional learners, ensuring that geography and circumstances are no longer a barrier to learning. The third affirmation is about continental leadership in quality assurance. We affirm that the ACDE's continental leadership in quality assurance, particularly through the development and rollout of the Quality Assurance Toolkit. This flagship initiative moves quality assurance beyond compliance toward quality enhancement. It strengthens credibility and harmonizes standards across the African context. And it positions Odell institutions as universities of choice built on trust and accountability. The fourth affirmation is on the resilience, innovation, and African intellectual agency. We affirm the resilience, adaptability, and innovation demonstrated by the ACDE and its member institutions over the past 2 decades. In responding to disruptions such as COVID, rapid digitalization, and emerging technologies, African institutions have reclaimed their intellectual agency and are shifting from knowledge consumption to knowledge creation and co-creation. And we are confirming that Odell as a sustainable, future-ready mode of education. The fifth and last affirmation is growing global influence and policy leadership. We affirm ACDE's evolution from a collaborative network into a recognized continental and global actor. Through policy engagement, regulatory dialogue, strategic partnerships, capacity development, and contributions to the continental and global higher education discourse, ACDE continues to shape forward-looking policies that respond to Africa's youth dividend, geopolitical realities, and changing skills demands. I'll hand over to Dr. Mzwanele, who will speak to the things that were lacking throughout the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much and good day. Thank you for highlighting some of the successes of ACDE in the past 20 years, and congratulations to all the leaders that are here who have contributed to this great success. We thought that some of the inputs that were coming from the discussions in the last 2 days also included the harmonization of regulatory and accreditation frameworks. These are some of the areas where discussions sort of ensured that you needed some implementation or some actionable outcomes. This also relates to the idea of the global imprints and making sure that you institutionalize the idea of Africanization, decolonization, and making sure that the solutions that you're going to be implementing are by Africans and are for the Africans. And one of the areas to then have the ODL institutions in the continent being leaders in is closing the digital divide through design. This is also important, obviously, by the opportunities that have been presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, which have seen the ODL institutions being the leaders in the space of digital technologies and education and provision of education in that sense. So this is one area that the ODL institutions are going to, in the next years, have to harness its interventions to make sure that you remain the leader and you remain competitive in this area. One of the other important elements of this area that we find will be part of the work in the coming years is sustainable funding and resource mobilization. For instance, this was sort of illustrated during these 2 days by having the stakeholders such as AFDB, UNESCO, and others. So we believe that, for instance, UNISA sort of also speaks a lot about the idea of engaged scholarships, but you will need to invest in resources as well as sustainable financing and predictable financing to ensure that you are able to deliver quality ODL education. I mean, for instance, just speaking and thinking out loud, you need to obviously also structure some financing models over and above concessional financing for development in investing in ODL education, and that could also include things such as bonds for good from the development banks to ensure that we accelerate our development and access to education. One of the other areas that will require actionable and implementation is continued student support, retention, and success. We spoke a lot about the success of ODL having been the credibility as well as good quality assurance. And we believe that part of accelerating this will include institutionalization, centering around policy frameworks and research. I think today, for instance, there was a lot of talk about collaboration and not seeing as competition through knowledge exchange, through technology transfer within the continent, and also through students as well as academic exchange and engaged in research as well as teaching and learning. And on the last one, I think we then spoke about strategic leadership in responsible AI as well as digital transformation. This is also, if we can look at UNISA being the leader, for instance, in catalyzing the catalytic niche areas, is to basically say that we need to look at the strengths and the weaknesses within the continent, particularly with universities that are involved in ODL, and have hopefully a ripple effect with other universities as well, on how you can strategically collaborate to ensure, for instance, that you accelerate on development and some of the gains that have been won in the last 20 years. And we then also just believe that as the younger, probably academics here, seeing such sterling leadership for the past 20 years, we believe that there needs to be a co-creation and creation of ideas where younger people and younger academics in the space are part and parcel to some of these actions and the implementation plans that we sort of see as part of the improvements from the discussions that we're ensuing here. So that is also part of the investment and institutionalization of the succession plans, and to just see the Africa we want. Someone earlier said that we need to define what that looks like, and you have a generation that will perhaps be in leadership at the time that we have to get to 2063, and we would want to say we were there and we're co-creators of that idea.
I think give them a big round of applause. Hey, really, thank you so much. with young academics like that at UNISA, you know the future is very bright. So thank you. And they were also thrown in at the deep end. So they weren't told they were going to be doing this until earlier today. So I think a fantastic summing up. And it's so important to hear young academics' voices as well. I think last night there was a lot of talk about the history and the past, obviously, of the organization. But it's really about saying we're building now for future generations. And so thank you so much. It's really important to hear not only what has happened, but also your interpretation as younger academics of what is going on and how you interpret this, and these things that are embedded in your understanding. And they often talk about the different generations and where they were when technology has come, and I imagine your generation doesn't know what life without a cell phone is, for example, or social media. And you know, for many of us, we have to think about what do our students want. We're not as connected, so it's important to speak to you and to speak to our students, which is something that maybe we can bring into the main conference as well. On that note, and thank you very much, I'd like to call up, we can give them another round of applause, thank you. On that note, I'd like to call up the president of the ACDE. Thank you very much. Please come up, Prof, and give your closing remarks for what has been a really illustrious 2 days.
Before I say anything, in my country, they are not called students or young people. They call them Gen Zs. And at some point, they almost took over the country. If you read news, you know what I mean. Eh? They virtually captured the nation. But here we are. All protocol observed. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I use that lazy term, all protocol observed, to save time. As we draw the curtain on the SCD at 20 celebration, I do so with a deep sense of gratitude, pride, and renewed purpose. Over the last 2 days, we have been privileged to listen to insightful reflections, inspiring perspectives, and forward-looking conversations, just like the one we have had, from an exceptional group of speakers and thought leaders. On behalf of the African Council for Distance Education, I extend my sincere appreciation to all our keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, and contributors who so generously share their wisdom, experience, and vision. Your contributions have enriched our dialogue and reaffirmed the relevance and urgency of SCDE's mission. I wish to express our profound gratitude to the UNISA community at large, particularly through the management, for graciously hosting this SCD 20 seminar. UNISA's historic and continued leadership in open and distance learning on the African continent makes it a most fitting home for this milestone. We are deeply appreciative of the principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, the university leadership, the organizing committee, and the entire UNISA community for the hospitality and support which made this celebration a success. The meals, like the ones we have just taken, they were perfect. The people who prepared them were hospitable. The water was okay. I didn't have any issue with the food. Security has been good. The environment, travel arrangements, hotel arrangements, they were state of art. So thank you very much. I also acknowledge our SCD members and collaborating institutions whose commitment to SCD has sustained the Council over the past 2 decades. Your trust and partnerships have been instrumental in advancing access, quality innovation, and higher education across Africa. I want to single out a few individuals here, like Peter, for example, professor here. At some point I went making, clap for him if you must. I went making phone calls so they didn't locate me. They decided to replace me quickly with Peter and had a fruitful discussion there. When I went, the discussion was through. So I told Peter, okay, I'll find you a suite next time we meet, but you did a good job. That shows he's ingrained here, he knows it. SCD and Peter, it was so hard to separate you from it. So I don't want to say we'll miss you, but that thing that you have been, we shall miss it. But we hope you welcome us whenever we need any form of advice. Just like Colby, our sister, who is away. So thank you very much. So your trust and partnerships have been instrumental in advancing access, quality, and innovation in higher education across Africa. A warm welcome to the new members who have joined the Council in the recent past. New members, please show up your hands. We have new members, almost 4. There's one hand there. So welcome, please. So a warm welcome to the new members who have joined the Council in the recent past. Please stick there and here to learn from the experience, even as we learn together. I also encourage all of us to join the Council at individual levels, associate, and institutional membership. As we conclude this seminar, we do so with not with a sense of closure, but with a renewed sense of responsibility. SCD at 20 has reminded us that our journey is ongoing, that higher education is evolving rapidly, shaped by digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies that are redefining our knowledge and is created and delivered and assessed. Somebody mentioned here that those who are in higher education in Africa are quite low. I just want to say there are some good stories that you can learn elsewhere. For us this year in Kenya, Professor Wakindiki, the people who are now eligible for higher education, in universities in particular, are 25% of those who did a high school education. Didn't we achieve something? 25%. Please clap for us. We are not yet there, but we are going there. And access to TVET is even much higher. We don't know what would happen, but we are thinking we're on the right trajectory. Although somebody told me enrollment in schools is not equal to learning. You heard it today? Which is true or not true. But I would rather you be in the school than be away because you are not learning. I would rather you be in school. There's at least something you'll see. That higher education is evolving rapidly, shaped by digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies that are redefining our knowledge, how knowledge is created, delivered, and assessed. In this new era, SCD is firmly committed to steering open distance and e-learning across Africa with the purpose and foresight. We recognize, in particular, that artificial intelligence and digital innovation present both opportunities and responsibility. SCD will continue to work with its member institution to harness these technologies ethically, inclusively, and responsibly, ensuring that innovation enhances quality, expands access, strengthens learner support, and supports academic excellence. Our commitment is clear to create a platform for African institutions to navigate digital transformation, to strengthen quality assurance, frameworks that are fit for the age of AI, to promote collaboration and knowledge sharing across borders and linguistic regions, and to ensure that no learner is left behind as higher education systems evolve. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and guests, the story of SCD has been always one of collective action. As we leave this gathering, I invite every member, institution, and partner to carry forward the spirit of SCD 2020, to translate reflection into action, ideas into impact, and commitment into measurable progress. Together, let us continue to build resilience, innovative, and inclusive higher education systems that respond to Africa's development priorities and aspirations of its learners. On behalf of the African Council for Distance Education, I thank you all for participation, your partnerships, and your belief in this shared vision. I wish you safe journeys back home to your respective destinations, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as we shape the future of education in Africa. Long live Africa. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Amandla.
Thank you very much for those gracious words. Without any ado, I'd like to invite Prof. Lenkabula, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, a vote of thanks. Please give her a round of applause.
Colleagues, I know that we have the closed session of the ACDE board, so I'm not going to take long because our president has already spoken. I want to reaffirm the president's encouragement for us as ACD members to strengthen our collaboration for the benefit of our continent on behalf of UNISA management, students, and the young leaders, academic leaders, that shared what they learned and what they think we have not discussed. They put it beautifully. They said, these are the affirmations. We reaffirm what you have been discussing as our leaders in the university and established academics. But they also said there are some of the issues that we feel as ACDE require prioritization. The financing models that universities must be using and what we do in our curriculum to ensure that we are ourselves financially and resource independent. They also reminded us that we move together as a whole when we work multi-generationally, multidisciplinary, but also in the diversities of our institutions, and therefore to honor diversity and the dignity. And therefore, colleagues, mine is really on behalf of the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, His Excellency President Beki, the Chairperson of Council, Dr. Diao Musia, and all members of Council and statutory committees of our university, the epistemic communities of UNISA, the students, academicians, professionals who have been honored and privileged to have you, ACDE, that represents at least 53 universities in our continent. It is a privilege and it's an honor that we will not take for granted. And as you travel home, we wish you travel mercies and success, and we request that as ACDE, we continue to work together to ensure the success of our continent, to limit and extricate ourselves from young people, the youthful dividend, for losing hope, for seeking life elsewhere and being treated as slaves, for the new colonizing and colonial systems that just want us as consumers, but not as creators, co-constructors, intellectual property owners of what is produced in our countries and in our continent. And finally, to appreciate our keynote speakers, Professor Sarah Agbo. We learned, thank you very much. We learned that it's not just in our intellectual, academic, and as academics sometimes they say, no, be just speak slowly, quiet, your tone must be. As a literary scholar and a diplomat, you reminded us that the place of science is to harness both the natural sciences, the social sciences. Poetry must sing with digital analytics. Chemistry must empower and invite youth and young people who can produce products that are necessary for our societies. Policy makers must not limit themselves only to policies, must look at the grammar and the praxis of change. And we truly appreciate that. When you sang, I said, oh my God, I'm remembering my professor, Zeiksmda. In the middle of the teaching, we would sing, and then you only realized there was a didactic essence in the song that at the time you would have lost. And thank you for reminding us that universities must not be cemeteries of knowledge. Neither should they be cemeteries or hallways that make youth and young adults, but also the generations and people of Africa to lose hope, to be marginalized from their economies, or even to shaping their own futures. Thank you very much. I also want to appreciate the president of Association of Universities and Pan-African University for reminding us of the strategic imperative for us as ACD to immerse and insert ourselves in the continental and global multilateral systems that create the policy regimes that affect our systems, our funding, how we relate to one another, and the outcomes or products or our students that graduate from our universities. With these words, I'm humbled to be amongst you and to be part of the leadership of ACDE, and I hope that we will continue to collectively work together for the benefit of our institutions, our countries, our continent, but for the best of Africa's knowledge systems, dignity, civilization, a continent that has often been trampled upon. Thank you.
Thank you for those profound words. And that concludes the formal processes so far. The board will please, the council will please go to the closed session hereafter. I just have to say on behalf of myself, Prof. Makano, and Prof. Yesterday, it's been our privilege to have directed this particular program, so thank you very much. And on that note, see you next year. See you next year. Thank you very much. clock for